only going to be a point in time in which you will be able to see those lights on the horizon, and then they will appear to, if the flight is just flying over your head. Those lights are going to appear on the horizon and then appear above your head, and then as they go over your head, they will appear to go down towards the horizon again.
Right.
So the reason they just appear on the horizon is because as that plane would be going further away, it reaches the limit in which the angle to that plane becomes so acute that you can no longer resolve it.
I see. Okay.
Even though the light has the ability to push through. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I get it.
Yep. And the same thing happens with the sun, a la sunsets.
In the space of just 5 or 6 minutes, it completely disappears.
What's that? The space of 5 or 6 minutes, you
In the
just became a
space of
flat earther? Is that what you said?
No, in the space of 5 minutes, the sun goes from being fully visible to being completely non-visible.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Pretty cool, isn't it? I mean, you're in California, you get to see it all the time.
Yeah, we can see sunsets over the ocean fairly often.
It's pretty cool. And the same thing happens if you have cloud cover, but it just happens above the marine horizon.
The really cool thing I've like to ponder is when I see the sun set and it's just about to disappear, and like it's just there's a little last bit of it and it's gone. I like to ponder that it's high noon and the sun is at the apex for somebody further across the plane. I know the knee jerk reaction is to be like, no, they're around the curve, they're around the earth. But once you start understanding this whole limited vision thing, it just slid all the way down your ball and it dipped out. Like it's not presenting itself to the very bottom of your, limited vision, and somebody else that's at the top. It's just thinking about that. It's like, wow, this could be the actual truth of what's going on. And it's way more freeing than just being told, no, we're on the spinning ball. Because I think that's a huge deception.
Yeah, it's interesting to think about, like, as the sun is setting somewhere on Earth, it's high noon. The question would be, if you and the person at that other place on Earth, if both of you were to point to where the sun is, where would those lines intersect? Like, you're pointing at the horizon, he's pointing it straight up. Where would that intersect? In other words, where is the sun actually?
Well, each person is seeing it within their own range of vision.
Right. But my question is, where do you think the sun actually is?
My hypothesis is that it may be in the third layer of the firmament, running its course, is being faithful. You were talking about the stars earlier. I think all the stars and all the constellations are fixed in place. So they never move into change. But the things that you call planets, I call them wandering stars. They've broken away from maybe what they were commanded to do. I'm not saying they were disobedient, but they run their own course. And the sun and moon kind of do their own thing too. Now, I don't know if it's in the third layer of the firmament running around, or if it's just, the focal point is high up in the sky, like 3,600 miles up, and the sun and moon are both 32 miles in diameter, same size. These are just some of the things that I'm thinking I might be getting closer to the truth on, but I can't like scientifically prove any of it because I believe all this stuff is spiritual in nature and not designed to have man's mind wrap around it. It's supposed to, I think, we're supposed to be in awe of it, but not worship it. Just know there's a creator and be like, wow, this is all amazing. and then not argue about it. Just get together and do all the fruits of the Spirit: love, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, and self-control. But we've been tricked to believe that everything is material and it's all physical and there's no creator and it just does its thing. But anyway,
Well, those planets are definitely different than the stars, though. If you look at them through the telescope, they appear different.
yeah, definitely. They're unique. And I believe that they're all just lights in the sky. But, who put them there and why? I'm in awe of that, but I don't really have an answer for you. Yeah, I like looking at Saturn with my P1000 and just like seeing the rings and being like, what is that? I mean, the whole thing is just basically illumination or a light, but it's a funny shaped light, and how it works, it blows my mind. I'm in awe, like I said.
What about the moons of Jupiter? Have you seen those?
Hold on just a second.
So, Matthew, do you think that because you can see things in the sky that appear to go around other things in the sky, that we are somehow related to those things in the sky?
No, I think all truth is God's truth, and looking at His creation tells us about Him and His character. But also, I think it's appropriate to look into the sky to determine, the nature of the cosmos.
Sure. Yeah. What did he say about the sky, or what does the Bible say about the sky? What are the sun, moon, and stars? What are they? What are they used for? What are their purpose?
Yeah, so Genesis 1 and 2 doesn't answer the 21st century questions of exactly how and exactly when God created them. Instead, its purpose is to say that who did it, and the answer is God, and the purpose is to bring Him glory. And then the rest of the Bible talks about the rest of it. But so we're too often looking for exact answers about how it happened, when I think the main point is who did it and why.
Matthew?
Do scriptures say that the sun, moon, and stars are used for, or like the stars are used for signs and for seasons?
For signs and for seasons, but also the moon was made for the night, the sun was made for the day, so it's like their purpose.
Matthew?
Yes, go ahead.
Where's heaven?
I don't know.
I can tell you, it's right above you.
You think it's a physical place?
Yes.
So it's a physical place for spiritual beings?
Yes.
Do you find it interesting that many times the Creator is referred to as the Most High?
Yeah. Do you think that means that He's physically most high, or do you think it's talking about a spiritual sense, that He's higher spiritually than all of us?
I would say both.
Don't you know that in the Bible it says that He spread out the sky like a tent, and we're like unto grasshoppers, and He is watching us from above? So how is that possible on the ball? I just wonder.
Oh yeah, physically it's not possible. Physically, I would take that more figuratively or spiritually.
Yeah, but even figuratively or
You're using
spiritually,
spiritually incorrectly.
it is still
Spiritual is an ontology. It's physical. It's just better physical than your dust flesh and my dust flesh.
So another thing would be maybe easier or more objective to talk about. Why do you think then that? So according to you, biblical cosmology must be a wrong interpretation of the Bible. Right. Or is the Bible false? Well, I mean, you have two options. Either you say biblical cosmology is false, or false interpretation of what the Bible actually states, or the Bible is false when it comes to the interpretation of what the earth is supposed to be. So what are the two things you're choosing?
Yeah, I think that the Bible is true and that it is true in what it meant to do, which is to lay out spiritual truths for us and even the purpose of the cosmos and all that type of thing. I don't think the purpose of the Bible is to answer all of our 21st century questions about exactly the shape of everything. So I don't think that that is in there. And I think that sometimes we
But
read
it is
things.
in there. That's why I'm asking you. I mean, there's an official narrative which is called biblical cosmology. It's also Wikipedia. I've talked about this many times. Is the official narrative false when it talks about a stationary enclosed system?
Yes.
Okay, so the Bible is also false when it calls.
No.
Okay. So you see the problem? There's a paradox.
Yeah, I see the problem. What is commonly called biblical cosmology is a specific interpretation of the Bible to try and extract physical descriptions of the cosmos out of the Bible, and that is false. The Bible does not say the Earth is flat. The Bible does not say it's immovable.
So then the official narrative of biblical
talking
cosmology means that the official narrative that they're actually lying to us.
No, they're not lying. They're just mistaken.
Also, they're mistaken. So all the scholars, all the people who wrote books about it, even the Wikipedia article itself is just purely wrong. So why you don't reach out to Wikipedia and change it and correct these people whoever wrote biblical cosmology?
Wikipedia is right. Wikipedia is describing, like, if you take the Bible literally, this is what biblical cosmology is.
If you
So
read it for what it says.
So you don't take the Bible seriously or literally.
I don't take the Bible literally when it's not meant to be taken literally. I take it literally
So
when it is.
So you just
What do
delete
you
firmament.
read into it when it says the firmament, and then he called the firmament heaven?
Yeah, the
And
firmament
that word
means
has
sky.
a meaning. Huh?
The firmament means sky.
No, the word firmament is a solid structure.
No, that's just an accident of English. The fact that the
It's
English
not an
word
it's not
firmament
an
starts with the
accident.
form letters
It's
of
not an
F-I-R-M.
accident of English.
Yeah, firmament is an English
It's-
word. It has nothing to do with being firm. It's just the sky.
No, it's a structure. It's a solid structure.
That's not solid structure.
So-
What are you talking about?
So again, you
That's
want
what
to
the
tell me?
word. That's what the word means. And then he called that structure heaven. So he made the structure, and then he named the structure.
So
What
Matthew,
about that is anything other than plain speech?
So Matthew, according to you, Job 33 would be a complete false statement from the word that you believe to be true, right? When he talks about the ends of the earth, the ends of the earth, the corners of the earth, and how he made the proud waves stop,
Right.
and encircled them, and how it talks about that the earth takes shape like clay under the seal. Is that just all like mistaken? So should the creator actually reach out and give us a new interpretation of the Bible because of the vain fantasies of man?
No, it's correctly describing what the earth looks like from our perspective. There aren't really four corners of the earth. That's just maybe referring to the four directions, north,
But
south,
it's what
east,
the
west.
Bible says.
How would you know?
That's what the Bible says. I don't know if there's four corners. I haven't seen them, but because I believe that the word is true, and it says four corners, I need to believe it, right? I cannot just use my own. I mean, you know that the wisdom of this world is foolishness and unto God's side, unto God's side, right? So the worldly wisdom is foolishness for the creator. But what is worldly wisdom in the first place? Isn't it what we learn in school? Isn't it that what science right now is collectively proposing and defending when it's being attacked? For example, from people like me saying that biblical cosmology is actually the reality of the truth. So what is it? What does it? There's so many other things that go into it when it talks about the wisdom of this world and how he confuses the wise of this time and age and so forth. Isn't that what we're literally experiencing right now? Like, I mean, you would probably think, Matthew, as a human being, I highly respect you. You would probably think from yourself, okay, I'm a well-educated man. I have gained access to this worldly wisdom, and I 100% defend it and think it's the truth. But on the other hand, it actually just fulfills the very notion what has been written down, right? That the wisdom of this world is foolishness in his sight. And he says we need to become fools in order to gain wisdom. Who are the fools in this case? Isn't it the flat earther, the fool that is constantly being bombarded, being attacked? Like, if I go out in public and I'm telling people that the earth is biblical cosmology, is actually stationary and there's a firmament, am I the fool or am I the smart one in this case? So is the wisdom of this world looking at me as being a fool, or is it the other way around? See how everything like interconnects there?
Right. So that verse in the Bible is not a condoning all foolishness. It's not saying whatever foolish idea you come up with is true. It's specifically referring to the foolishness of the idea that a man could die and then rise from the dead in the resurrection of Jesus. That was seen as very foolish, but it's the wisdom of God. So it's not referring to the idea that the earth is flat.
No. It's literally 1 Corinthians 3:19. Worldly wisdom. Let no one deceive himself. If any of you thinks he is wise in this age, he should become a fool, so that he may become wise. For the wisdom of this world is foolishness in God's sight. As it is written, he catches the wise in their craftiness. And again, the Lord knows that the thoughts of the wise are fertile. So again, it's literally what we're seeing right now. We're living in this day and age where people like us come out and tell other people the truth. And because they because we do so, we actually like a tool unto the Creator, because we catch the wise in their own craftiness. And again, the Lord knows that the thoughts of the wise are futile. Therefore, stop boasting in man. All things are yours, and so forth. The thing is what I'm trying to tell you, right? Is that either you accept what is written, or you make the Bible a book of cherry picking. Because if I start cherry picking the Bible with, firmament, doesn't sound great, let's call it like a sky, or heaven, or no, it's like, it's maybe a spiritual place, it's like a third dimension, like heaven. If it talks about heaven, it's actually not in our dimension. When it talks about the earth being still or has foundations, the foundations are just, metaphorically, there's actually no foundation. It is just on an invisible axis, turning and spinning. Do you see the foolishness in that? It makes no sense.
So, yeah, I don't think it's foolish. But again, just because something that the verse doesn't say that doesn't mean that everything foolish you can think of is true.
Well, what he does, or what we can read, is that when you read further, it literally asks, right? There's question marks. It says, where is the wise man? Where is the scribe? Where is the philosopher of this age? Has not God made foolish the wisdom of this world?
How's he going to bend this one? It describes a firmament as a crystalline structure, as a molten looking glass. That's kind of what we were describing to you earlier about our vision and all that. The Bible perfectly describes it, as how we describe it. How are you going to twist that one around? Like a molten looking glass, a crystalline structure, Matthew? You going to bend that one too?
Right.
Well, it don't mean structure. It don't mean structure. It means not structure.
Right. It means sky.
Matthew, come on, man.
What does sky mean? Define sky. You can't just throw a word out there and then just ignore the fact that we've been given definitions for what we're talking about.
So there, for some words, especially in Hebrew,
is a crystalline structure as a molten looking glass.
Right. The sky is not a molten looking glass.
Okay.
So
why would the man who have been inspired by the Spirit of truth that has written down these words would choose to use this foolishness of explanation of what the sky, or in this case the firmament, specifically defined as being a firmament, as looking like a molten looking glass? why would they be so precise when it comes to the description of it? Why wouldn't they have just? I mean, if why would have the Creator not be capable through the Spirit of Truth, the Holy Spirit, to make these people write down? It is actually just an illusionary effect of air being right next to a vacuum.
Yeah.
Matthew with scripture, bro. You'll never reach Matthew with actual scripture because he will denounce the scripture before he denounces his globe. I'm sorry to say, but am I right, Matthew? You would denounce the Bible before you denounced your globe, right?
No, I would I hereby denounce your interpretation of the scripture, your incorrect interpretation, before I denounce the globe. But
Well,
I
according to you-
affirm the scripture is true.
Structure, not a structure.
You're talking about definitions of words.
You're
There's no dictionary in the Bible.
You know, firmament ain't firm, bro. But it says specifically it's a crystalline structure. This is describing what you're calling the expanse and what we're arguing about is described as a fucking solid structure, like a molten looking glass. It's even elaborated on, Matthew. You can say all you want, bro, but there's some verses you're shitting on your own brain, in my opinion, or your own spirituality, I guess, by fooling yourself. At least be real to yourself. You're not being real to yourself, in my opinion.
I think what I'm doing is a perfectly rational way of interpreting the scripture that is agreed to by centuries and centuries of well-meaning, Jesus-loving Bible believers.
No, centuries and centuries of dogma.
You know what a rational approach would be?
It's not exegeting the text correctly. It's editing the text and dogmatizing the whole doctrine that they pull from Gnosticism, and then ramming it down your throat.
You know what the beautiful?
You haven't even considered testing it. You just accept it and regurgitate it.
Oh,
but
no!
When you're given the actual words that are in Scripture, you just handwave dismiss them for the definitions that they give you.
Well, I think we obviously interpret Scripture based on all the things that we know. So I think it's appropriate to look at science to determine the shape of the globe and then use that to interpret Scripture.
Exegete the globe from Genesis. Go on.
Matthew.
Oh no, it's because I assume.
Okay, guys, you're starting them out. Hold on, Matthew.
Yeah, because you assume it, but there's no need to assume it when you just read the Scripture and let it speak for itself.
Can you hear me?
It's the completely wrong way to read Scripture. It's silly. Yeah, go ahead.
Mic check. You can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Please don't cut Matthew off. Let him finish his sentences. Thank you. Go ahead, Matthew.
I'm just saying that because I have a preconceived notion that the Earth is a globe, and I think that is coming to me through God-given logic, reason, and observations. I carry that interpretation with me when I go look at Genesis 1, and I use that to interpret Genesis 1 when I read the Bible. I say, oh, all truth is God's truth. And so I'm finding ways to not have any kind of contradiction between science and logic.
Reasoning.
Hold on, real quick. Hold on. He's taking angular measure. He's basing his whole world on angular measurements to a crystalline firmament, such as a molten looking glass. You're basing your whole world on the heavens. That's the only thing you did is measure angles or verified, probably. You never measured the ground. Or you know that there's no curve.
It's more simple than that, Brian. He's reading the Scripture with assumptions. So everything that he reads is going to be painted by his preconceptions, which is ridiculous. If you're going to read a book and try and understand what the book has to tell you, you don't go in with preconceptions. You let the book speak for itself. Otherwise, you can pick up an instruction manual and go, well, I preconceived that the way to operate the Hoover is just by swinging it around like a crazy monkey. So whatever the flip it says in the manual doesn't really matter because I already have my assumption. That's the level of reasoning that you're applying to understanding Scripture, and that is patently retarded.
Matthew, can I quickly ask you this? If let's imagine you're Job, right? And the Most High is literally talking to you through the whirlwind, right? So it says in Job 38, then the Lord answered Job out of the whirlwind and said, who is that have darkened the counsel by words without knowledge? Get up now that thy line's like a man, for I will demand of thee, and the answer thou me. Where was thou when I laid the foundations of the earth? Declare if thou hast understanding. Who have laid the measures thereof, if thou knowest, or who hath stretched the line upon it? Whereupon are the foundations thereof fastened, or who laid the cornerstone thereof? When the morning stars sang together, and all the sons of God shouted for joy. Or who shut up the sea with doors, when it brake forth as if it had issued out of the womb? When I made the cloud the garment thereof, and the thick darkness a swaddling band for it, and break up for it my decree place, and set bars and doors. And it goes on, that it might take hold of the ends of the earth, that the wicked might be shaken out of it. It is turned as clay to the sea, and they stand as a garment. And further he says, have the gates of death been opened unto thee? Or hast thou seen the doors of the shadow of death? Hast thou perceived the breadth of the earth? Declare, if thou knowest it all. Where is the way where light dwelleth? And as for darkness, where is the place thereof? And knowest thou it because thou was then born, or because the number of thy days is great? Hast thou entered into the treasures of the snow, or hast thou seen the treasures of the hail, which I have reserved against the time of trouble, against the day of battle and war? And it goes further on, right? Right. Like the Most High asking Job these questions, like, do you know how I made the foundations? Do you know how I literally measured the surface? Do you know how all, like, if this is literally the words from the Most High, right? You can't deny what the Most High is saying himself.
Those are the red ones. Aren't those the red ones?
So the question is, how would you like, and I'm just serious with this, how can you somehow make sense of this if you just need to, like, I mean, you need to go away from foundation, you need to go away from the ends of the earth, that the wicked might be shaken out of it. You need to go away from, like, how he measured the surface, and how he demanded the sea to be the waters that have flooded the world during the days of Noah. How he demanded the gates to be shut, and so, like, how, if that's just all spiritual, why is it so precise? It's my question. And how could you overlook these things, or even, like, find another explanation for it? I just don't get it.
Yeah, so that's a good question. The point of that verse, or those verses, is God is telling Job, "Hey, I'm so much far above you. Look at all you weren't even there when I created the world and set everything up and in motion." And it's a beautiful passage, like going through and talking about the different types of things that God did, the foundation of the world, like He set things up, the gates of the sea, the bars, the doors. I don't think they're specifically doors on the ocean, or gates of hell or whatever. I don't think they're like physical gates, and I don't think the four corners are actually four corners, because in the context he's like talking about figuratively, like what he made. Like, here's all the things I made. The foundations of the sea means kind of like the base of the sea. So, and you're going to try and answer 21st century questions about specifically the shape of everything, but I don't think that's the point of what he was saying. So are there doors in the ocean? Are there gates to hell? Are there bars?
No, when he describes them, bro, if he describes them as like iron bars or something, bro, you can interpret. But when they go into specifics, like when they describe the gates, then you know that it's meant to be taken in context. So when they describe the firmament as a crystalline structure, as a molten looking glass, they're not just saying an expanse, maybe. They're literally describing it. If they said gates of iron cross threaded 1 foot on center, it specifically described them like they do the firmament. You're trying to take specific definitions, specific fucking scriptures, and twist them, bro. It's not. I mean, dude, I'm not one to preach much, bro, but that's ridiculous. You're trying to take a something saying the gates. You know what? You mean any gate? No, there's shit specifically defined, and it says over and over and over and fucking over in the Bible that it's immovable, doesn't move, planted, solid, and you're trying to twist multiple scriptures, bro. It's gymnastics, mental gymnastics. Bro.
Yeah, but immovable can mean in sort of a figurative or spiritual sense, like immovable in your place in the world. It doesn't mean physically immovable
Pretty important.
necessarily.
If one thing I got out the Bible, it's pretty damn important that they want us to know that it's not us moving. Pretty important. God put it in all the books. I mean, every other book. One of the most repeated things.
Sorry. So it says Earth is immovable in 1 Corinthians 16:30, Psalm 93:1 and 96:10. Earth is set on foundations. God set the earth on its foundation. It can never be moved. Psalm 104 and 5. Earth surrounded by a circumferential sea because of the God inscribed a circle on the surface of the deep in Proverbs 8:27, Proverbs creation account 8.
Okay, you made your point.
31.
17 verses is the same as 3. Let me ask you about Psalm 112:6 though. Shall not be moved forever. Do you think that is physical or like?
Yeah, it literally underlines what I'm talking about. You know.
Yeah. So surely. Shall not be moved forever. Do you think that means physically cannot move even a little bit?
Yes. So
would you like to look up Psalm 112:6 and see the context?
Matthew,
do you think the context matters?
Matthew, again, the thing is, it just all fits together when you understand that the Bible talks about Earth as being circular, Earth has ends, Earth has an underworld, Earth is.
So I would like to talk about this one specific verse and get you to admit that it's not that it's a figurative and it's not physical.
So which one are you talking about?
Psalm 112:6. Maybe you could read aloud to everybody.
112 and 6. Psalm 112.
Verse 6.
Verse 6.
He's just trying to catch you in nonsense.
Wait,
it's not
I don't understand.
Words.
He's
trying to suggest that it's a comparable use of the same word.
No. I can't find the Psalm. Psalm 1, 6 and 12. Huh?
Psalm 112, verse 6.
Oh, 112. Thank you, man. I'm German. Don't forget that.
Oh, sorry.
Your numbers are backwards.
Okay, 1 second. Let me get it in English. Okay, just the 6 or the ones before that?
You could do 5 and 6, I guess.
I'm just going to read the whole psalm. It's just 10 verses. Praise ye the Lord. Blessed is the man that feareth the Lord, that delighteth greatly in his commandments. His seed shall be mighty upon earth. The generation of the upright shall be blessed. Wealth and riches shall be in his house, and his righteousness endureth forever. Unto the upright there ariseth light in the darkness. He is gracious and full of compassion and righteous. A good man sheweth favor and lendeth. He will guide his affairs with discretion. Surely he shall not be moved forever. The righteous shall be in everlasting remembrance. He shall not be afraid of evil tidings. His heart is fixed, trusting in the Lord. His heart is established. He shall not be afraid until he sees his desire upon his enemies. He hath dispersed. He hath given to the poor. His righteousness endureth forever. His horn shall be exalted with honor. The wicked shall see it and be grieved. He shall gnash with his teeth and melt away. The desire of the wicked shall perish. So yeah, it talks about the firm and stationary, in a metaphorical way, stationary faith that someone has, a man that fears the Most High. Right. He is immovable. He has found his rock. I mean, we know that the Bible talks about the Messiah being our rock, right? our foundation. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think that's a good way to interpret it. I think
so, right. But what has that verse to do with the earth? I mean, it just further shows that when the Bible talks about something being firm and immovable, that actually this verse not only applies unto the faith of a man who fears the Most High, but the same wording is being used to describe the very notion that the earth is firm and stable and will never be moved.
Right. So
it's actually one of
the earth is a sphere. Like you think that they're
Brian,
like God.
Stop. We're not talking about that. Let's just talk about the one thing at a time before you bring up more stuff.
Well, you cherry picked one out of 8. I mean, that's ridiculous. You think the Bible was scared? God was scared to tell us the truth? Like, we must have been pretty dumb back then. Well, they couldn't handle there's a sphere, so we better not put it in the Bible. You don't think there's places on earth that men can't go? I beg to differ, bro. There's places we can't go. It gets too cold. We got to turn around.
If you forgive me, I'll continue my conversation with Clander Seal and ignore your question about things getting too cold. Verse 112:6 says, "Surely he shall not be moved forever." And that word "moved" is, like you said, talking about the firmness of his faith and that kind of thing. So it's not talking about a physical moving in that verse. And that's my whole point. That word "move" can be used to mean something is founded, not physically. It doesn't necessarily mean physical, is all I'm saying.
Oh, it's just the
when
perfect
the context is the earth and the same sentence is used of the earth, which is physical, then it clearly is being used in a physical sense. So your
like
argument is nonsense. This is a lame way to try and find fault in the verses that he presented to you.
I'm not finding fault at all.
Which clearly describe the earth in a very specific way that you just do not want to accept.
It just as clearly describes this righteous man as not moving. So if you're going to use that argument, you're going to have to say that he can't physically move either.
This is a perfect. This verse is actually wonderful that you pointed this out, because it literally shows that the Bible is always very precise and correct about what it's talking about. So if I go in Job and I would read Job again, which I don't want to do because it's a lot of verses, but when it talks about the foundation of the earth, you have multiple questions beforehand where the Most High talks about the establishment of his creation, talking about the gates, how he stopped the proud water, and how he measured the earth's surface, and that it turns like clay unto a sea, and that he made foundations in the deep with it. Which shows that the word is very precise when it talks about certain topics, like in this case the earth. On the other hand, what you pointed out as a psalm is also wonderful, because it shows the very precise way of the Bible, giving us a metaphoric, a precise picture of what a man is in the sight of the Most High that fears him. Which is again showing that when the Bible uses words like "move," that it's actually very precise and correct with the use of it. How else would you, Matthew, as a teacher, describe a man that has faith, that can never be moved, that has a foundation through the fear of the Most High that has been given up on his heart? How else would you describe it?
Yeah, so I guess my main point is that the word "moved" in the verse in Psalm 112 is referring to a righteous man, and we use the context appropriately to determine, it doesn't mean he's stuck in one physical location. It means that his faith is sure.
We all understand that, Matthew.
And I'm saying that I think the same kind of interpretation can be used in Psalm 104:5 when it says the earth should not be removed. I think it's also referring to its sureness in the place of God's creation, not necessarily that it doesn't physically move. And it's the same exact word.
But Matthew, don't you realize this right now? You just kicked yourself. You're just not realizing it, I guess, because you just literally taught me that the Bible is precise about its context being written down beforehand in verses that are before the very words that we're talking about, literally making us ready for these specific words that are being used. So on the other hand, if I read Job then, where further down the line after Job is being questioned by the Most High directly, it says that it turns as clay under seal. And beforehand, we have reference point to the way the Earth has been established and created. Doesn't that automatically, like you just explained, doesn't that automatically show that yes, when the Bible talks about these things, we have to take it for what it is, that there is indeed ends of the earth and corners, and that it indeed turns as clay under a seal?
No, we don't have to read it that way. No.
What? Matthew, you self just made the point. I'm just repeating what you said. That because the Bible gives us these verses beforehand, we will not take it literally that the man is never been moving, that he just stands still, but we get the understanding that when we read verses before that particular verse, that is just a precise metaphorical way of making people understand, okay, a man that has faith in the Creator, has fear of the Creator, has a firm foundation. So like it says in verse 6, surely he shall not be moved forever. The righteous shall be in everlasting remembrance. The same way, if I apply the logic you just pointed out to be the truth about biblical scripture, if I use your logic and go into interpretation of Job 38, and I read the verses that go down to the point where it says the earth takes shape as clay under sea, or the earth is turned as clay under sea, we know that the specific things that the Most High said beforehand are pointing out the very creation and establishment of this very place we all dwell in. So again, what you say is, I 100% agree with it. But it goes away from the point you're trying to make, actually. It literally just further underlines the very notion that the Bible is indeed true, and somehow you just choose to understand one part of it, like you just explained with Psalm 112, but you don't want to choose to use the same understanding and discernment when it comes to chapters like Job 38, for example. Because if you would use the same logic you just pointed out, you would need to come to agreement that what it literally says about the earth is the truth, and it points to biblical cosmology.
Yeah, and I'm pointing out that I bring to my reading interpretation of Scripture more than just Scripture itself. I bring to it the scientific knowledge that the earth is not flat or immovable, and that informs my decision about how to read those verses. So because I know the earth is not flat and immovable, when I see that it says that Psalm 1...
You don't know that. You just believe that.
Oh, wait,
You've already admitted to that being your presumption and your belief. So
Right.
you don't actually know it. You just agree with it.
Right.
So it doesn't. So all it is just reading it anyhow based on feelings.
No, not feelings. Just my belief.
Literally feelings. Because you don't have anything empirical. You just fundamentally have chosen to believe it.
No.
You've been convinced. You've been convinced of something that you've never witnessed.
Excuse me.
That you have no evidence for.
Please. Can I just say one thing?
Yes.
Matthew, do you understand sola scriptura?
Yes.
Do you believe in that doctrine?
Yes.
Then you better read more Bible and stop relying on your own understanding.
No. Do you think that the Bible is the only source of truth, or do you think that God's creation is also a source?
Sola scriptura. What does that mean?
Well, it's Latin for only Scripture.
There you go. Thank you.
Hey, let me jump in before I go. The really good news, and I know you know this, Matthew, is that what we think about the shape of the earth, I don't believe is salvational.
Of course.
But it's important for those that don't have a relationship with the Messiah like you do. If you think about, well, what is the story telling us when you look at, evolution from a single-celled organism, the heliocentric model that says basically we came from a big bang. I mean, most of the scientists say that there is no God, that there is no purpose. We're, a speck, kind of like by accident we're here. That's not what you believe, but that's what the world believes.
Most scientists do, not most of the world. Most of the world are theists, I would say.
Right. So that's good news.
Yeah. So, but I think that there are other sources of truth about the world, like God's word and God's world, God's revelation, God's creation. They all truth is
So you
God's
don't
truth.
believe in sola scriptura?
I believe in sola scriptura, which is basically the core.
So you're contradicting yourself then.
Well, my question is, who is the king of the air? Who is the king of the air here now, temporarily?
Let me finish the second half of my sentence about sola scriptura. So the idea of sola scriptura just means by scripture alone, and it's basically the idea that all the Bible is the sole source for infallible authority, right? And so that infallible authority comes only from the Bible. But that doesn't mean that there aren't other sources of truth about other things, like the shape of the earth.
Right, I hear you there. But what about?
God doesn't decipher the shape of the earth. He never says Earth has a shape.
Well, my main point is that you can believe in sola scriptura and also say that God gives us other ways of finding truth.
That's absolutely true. But what brought us the heliocentric model is basically Jesuits and deception, lies, men wanting to say they know. Because earlier I couldn't respond. You asked about the moons of Jupiter. Have I seen them? And I have.
Right.
But they're just also lights in the sky, and they're spiritual in nature. And I don't know that we're destined or supposed to know exactly what they are or how they work. I think that we're supposed to be in awe.
No, God tells us to go and take dominion over the earth and his creation. I think part of that dominion is understanding it. So I think he delights in the fact that we're learning more about his creation.
Definitely. But if it's not a vacuum of space and Jupiter, however far they say that is, and if those aren't moons, but it's actually the power of his voice and its frequency and resonance, and he's holding it steady with his power, and that's what he's doing, and it's not a gaseous or a planet that we could maybe go to with moons spinning around it. If it's spiritual in nature and we're wrong, man was wrong about what Jupiter and the moons are, and they're just lights in the sky doing something unique, well, then that's kind of important too, is to make sure we're not deceived about what's up there.
Sure. But I think that if Jupiter is a ball of gas and the moons are icy moons, that doesn't detract from God's glory. I think that he is still, in a sense, intervening and kind of maintaining all of that. So I think the fact that it's physical doesn't detract.
I appreciate you being here and sharing your thoughts and such. And we'll know in time. And
that's true.
Yeah, so it's all good.
I want to thank Matthew for addressing my question as well, even though we disagree on what sola scriptura means.
Oh, sure. Yeah. I mean, I think it's an interesting idea to talk about all this type of stuff. I just think that sola scriptura is referring to like those authoritative, infallible source of authority. And I agree with you that, looking at science and studying the world around us, studying creation is not an infallible source. But I don't think that means it's completely irrelevant either.
Thank you, Matthew. I appreciate your input.
Yeah, nice chatting.
I'm going to take this small lull to please ask you all again to subscribe to my wife's YouTube channel called Sterling Resin. And she makes memorials for all our loved ones who are not here anymore.
You say sterling resin, like sterling silver?
Yes, sir.
There we go. Okay, yeah. Check the live stream. Matthew posted about it. I was going to help out and do that, but Matthew, you are quick.
Thank you all. I appreciate all that.
Hell yeah.
Because we've all lost somebody, and my wife just started this business, and it's starting to take off, and I think I can help her explode.
Fuck yeah.
And then she doesn't have to work with me anymore.
Do we need a new topic, or because I was thinking about free will a bit. I watched. Actually, it's a topic that I think about that I have to put down a bit because it's like I don't mean put down as in bad. I mean put down because it's. I get to a point where I'm like, I can't think about that anymore. I don't want to think about it because I don't know is the answer. I really don't know. And I was watching A Clockwork Orange, and it was banned in this country for 27 years. And I haven't watched it for a long time, and I never realized that whole movie's about free will. And so just thinking about that for a little, it's like, I don't know, it's a weird
I heard
thing.
there was some studies done on the issue of free will, and that I'm not sure exact details, but when they registered the thoughts, they were actually, the choices were made like 8 seconds before they chose like a certain shape or something. The brain activity actually showed that the decision was made 8 seconds before that.
Yeah, I saw something
I
about
can't
that.
remember exactly.
Yeah, that's some old shit. I remember that from years ago, decades ago, in fact. Yeah, that guy, that philosopher guy, who was a bit of a dick. I can't think of his name now. He was talking about that. Shit. Can never remember that guy's name. But oh, what's this? This is pineapple plant. Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, I figured I needed to share that one with you.
Oh, that's so good. I was thinking about having a pineapple pizza tonight, but I didn't. So you just put a pineapple there. I got some plant. You know, this is what I was thinking about free will. Is free will equated with, like, I don't know. I was going to say bad behavior. Does anybody know what I'm getting at with that? Because I think to
Yeah,
myself,
for sure.
yeah,
Because you have the free will to make the decision, so the decision is yours to choose what could be the right choice, right?
well, I always sort of end up back at bloody, you know, Adam and Eve, and you know, tempted by the snake, and then she eats the fruit, and then you know, and I always think of that, and I'm like, yeah, I'm glad she ate the fruit. Good for her, you know. But God must have known, you know. That's the point. And look, I don't subscribe to any of that, as most of you probably know. I always think it's just allegorical, or whatever. And it seems to me that you know it's about they're talking about duality, obviously, good and evil. But yeah, I was just thinking about that a little bit, and just okay, so if you can raise your awareness to a certain level, and I was thinking of a tree growing. I don't know. There was definitely something profound there, and then I don't know. It just sort of escaped me or whatever. But I was thinking about a tree growing, like I was thinking, could you ever say a tree growing is wrong in any way? Like, because sometimes you look at an animal or something, and it's just got this beautiful integrity about it. And I was thinking about a tree growing, and just how right it is. If you see what my point, it grows to its potential. It constantly gives of itself, and then it dies and does the same thing. It goes into the ground and then gives of itself again, and we have this cycle. And I remember I really thought I were onto something. You know what I mean? I thought, oh, there's something profound here, right? And I was thinking about free will with it alongside it, thinking, well, maybe you just raise this awareness to a certain level. And I hate that level shit. You know, Loggy always says to me, you got to level up. It's like, he's such a dick because he knows I hate it. So he always says it, you got to level up. I'm like, can't we just chuck all the levels out the fucking window? I hate these fucking levels. But I was thinking, if you raised it up to a certain point, then you wouldn't make mistakes, quote unquote. You'd be in this tram line. You'd be perfectly aligned with God's will, right? Not my will, but thy will be done. And there's something off-putting about that to me. I get it, like, yes, aligned with nature. I could imagine that'd be terrifying to some people. To me, it's comforting. But then there's something about the free will that's a little frustrating. Where I want to go, I'm not a number. I'm a free man. Do you know what I mean? Because then I start thinking about numerology and geometry and all that shit that goes into this realm. And then I think, yeah, I don't know. As you can see, you can see now that it's a topic that I have to put down. That's what I meant. I have to just put it to one side and go, I'll save that for another day. Because it gets too much. Yeah, but I watched somebody sort of break down the movie, because I watched the movie and then I watched somebody like break it all down. As I always enjoy doing that if there's a movie, especially Stanley Kubrick. I mean, come on. So yeah, this it really got me to thinking about free will, and And I think I had something more interesting to say, but I can't remember. Sorry, everybody. Somebody's talking to me in the DMs, so it's putting me off.
Who gives the free will?
Yeah, exactly. That's why I sort of started with that whole thing with does free will like equate to bad behavior, bad quote unquote bad, right? Because if you have the awareness, then you're not going to. But then there's this part of me that's like, well, hang on a minute. So what? We're just robots? But then in my head, it was a bit like Futurama, like that squid, But he won't say robots; he'd say robots. Future. I'm showing my age now. Everybody's like Futurama. What's that? Anyway, it was a cartoon.
And why were we only given free will? Because I don't believe the animals have such a thing.
That's exactly what I was saying about the integrity. Have you ever just stared at a dog just sitting there or a cat and just witnessed that? You just observe that, and that's the first word that came into my mind. Just integrity. It's I don't know if I'm losing the audience with that. I hope not.
I don't think you're losing anybody.
Good.
Yeah.
You're right. I'm typing to somebody as well, so men aren't very good at multitasking.
Integrity. Well, integrity could mean a couple different things, Like as far as like stuff is integrated, right? Like you have to integrate new things into your brain, into your gulliver, and yeah.
I don't know. When I think about this, like all that Bible stuff, for instance, and it's like, well, if I get to the pearly gates, and it's like, well, the information was there. All you had to do was look; it was right there. So this is on you. I'll be like, shit. Oh no, wait. I'll be like, shit. Sorry, just being silly. But the thing is, I reject it on principle. I reject it because she gave me the choice to reject it. It's that simple. I don't know. I'm not a fucking robot. I don't know. Like I say, I've been for many years. I would like studying like Lao Tzu and things like. Okay, so the Tao Te Ching. Some people say Lao Tzu, but I always like how Alan Watts said it, which is Lao Tzu. So that really aligns you with nature, and that's great. But when I get into all this Christian stuff, there's some of it I love, and some of it I'm like, yeah, nah, fuck that.
But isn't that kind of the point, Andy? You said you're not a robot, right? You're not a robot because you have the choice. Like free will allows you to not be the robot.
Exactly.
But so even though you have the free will choice, I think it's understood that you're not always going to choose properly, but once you come to an understanding or you're working towards choosing properly within the choice, every choice that you have, I mean, everything you're presented with is a choice, right? And you have the free will to choose as you may, right? But do you think that if you chose to always adhere to like what you would think scripture or the creator's idea as to what the proper choice is when you're presented with it, do you think if you always made that proper choice that you would be a robot? Is that kind of what you're alluding to?
Well, the way I looked at it is, there's like a karmic sort of law which guides. You can call it spirit, I guess. I don't know. These things blend together, so it's really hard to talk about. But I do feel like when I'm going against it, I know it, and I think that's a question of awareness for sure. But then there's this other part of me where I go, well, wait a minute, I'm only flesh and blood over here, you know, and so I'm not going to beat myself up for occasionally making mistakes. And in fact, I could even, from one perspective, like celebrate those mistakes and say, look, I am not a robot, for fuck's sake. I'm just a human being. And it's quite simple.
I don't think the point is to beat yourself up over making mistakes. It's the process of learning from them, right? Like maybe that is the whole point of it all.
Yeah.
Right? You as a spirit has come into this realm which has certain restrictions, right? We have certain limitations here as a soul, and within those limitations we can only experience certain things, but it gives us the opportunity to decide whether or not we ultimately can make proper choices, if that makes sense.
Yeah, for sure.
Like what would be the best test if you thought about, regardless of how you look at the spiritual realm from any type of like theistic vantage point, but what would be the ultimate test if there was a higher being, right, in which we all have some sort of connection to, and some sort of I don't know if you want to look at the spiritual realm as being hierarchical or not. Doesn't I don't know. It's so hard to try to describe that, in which cannot be properly measured and quantified. But wouldn't that be like the ultimate test of a soul, is to be put in a situation like this?
Yeah, on my worst days, I do think that the book's probably true. The book of books. I do think that it's a soul test, and clearly, I mean, it sounds like you do too. I don't know. I change though, because another day I might just be like, I think it's a people farm for entities to feed off. I don't know. Really don't know. So, but I'm okay with that. You know what's interesting as well? You just mentioned limitations. I just mentioned Krishnamurti. He made me realize something about limitations. He said he was talking about. I mean, I hope we can all accept that we're limited. Because I know that people listen to David Icke and he's like limitless consciousness, and there's all that stuff, and that's another one that Logie always tells me, no, we can have no limitations and all this shit, and I'm like, no, I recognize my own limitations, and that's a comforting place to be, by the way, as well. And Krishnamurti taught me that through that limitation, there'll always be conflict. There'll always be a Israel and Palestine, for instance. Mm-hmm. And that is like, whoa, oh shit.
Yeah. And you think on another level, on the metaphysical side, if what happens to you when you leave here, right? Whatever your soul's journey is after that, if it is somewhat limitless, do you think that the experiences that you learn here help to properly guide you in that spiritual journey afterwards? Meaning, we have the free will ability to choose here, right?
That's tough, man. That's really tough, because people have like gone over slightly. That's probably the issue. because like I remember Kevin Smith's mum talking about that a little bit, but there's thousands of occasions where people have come back and said, "Oh, I was over here and there was a light," and it's pretty much the same. I mean, similar. It's a similar story, and that implies that we're carrying something over of the persona, if you will. You understand you know what that means, sorry, the person, and I'm not so sure about that. I'm I don't know. I lean slightly towards the experiences here will stay here.
Sure.
But I'm not sure. I'm not sure, of course.
Yeah, do you think that there might be possibly like a transition period, right, where you kind of realized how your choices have affected not only you but those around you, and possibly the larger world or the realm as a whole, kind of like butterfly effect kind of thing? And if you see that and experience that, do you think that that might better properly prepare you for a more limitless place of the soul, but a possible more defined role in which you appreciate a lack of free will because of how maybe, I don't know, you did or did not perform in this realm?
Yeah, there's so many songs like that as well. I was just thinking, you get what you give. What else is there? There's that. I was thinking about a McCartney song. I can't remember it though, but something about the love you give. Yeah, you sort of get back the love that you give out, type of thing. But I can't remember the song.
I almost look at it. I'm looking at it kind of in this aspect, right? Like I don't know if you've heard the idea or the possibility that kind of like stars are some sort of representation of souls, right? Or angelic beings or things like that, that are in their place and have their specific path for a specific reason, and are meant to be there to hold that path, to hold that very rigid existence for a very specified reason. And I was kind of saying that on the lines of, do you think that this journey properly prepares you for accepting a role that doesn't allow you the free will here?
That's interesting. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you've experienced this free will and the ability to choose right and wrong. And then you kind of go through a transition where you see how your choices have affected not only yourself, but the people around you, the beings around you, and the realm as a whole. And then after seeing your choices, right, what you thought was good and evil, right, eating of the fruit, what you thought was right and wrong, and how you made choices, does that, in that transition, humble you for a role that is prepared for you?
Yeah, that's really interesting. I see you've thought about it a little bit too.
I sometimes scuba dive in the deep end.
Yeah, that's super interesting. That made me think of about 10 different things. So thank you for that.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, the first thing that jumped to mind was that this. I mean, you must have heard the Barry Coxes and all these guys saying that we're stardust, right? Which is fucking, I don't know. That's kind of it would be sort of the sense of irony to think that you end up as a star. That would be weird. But yeah, I think this place sort of prepares you for death, if nothing else. I think by the time it comes round, you'll be you'll be ready. I don't know. I was going to say you'd be ready for it, but maybe not, because most people you talk to, they feel the same age. You know what I mean? So they don't realize, like, because I was always drawn to older people, thinking like I might learn something, or they might might glean some sort of wisdom, and or are always drawn to older people. And when you talk to most really old people, usually in 2 minutes, say something like, you don't want to live to my age. Right? They're like 95 and shit. So, you know, we in 2 minutes, pretty much all across the board, they'd say, you don't want to live to my age, don't. So, but I don't.
My wife's grandmother passed away not too long ago, just this past year, and I think she was 97, something like that. And yeah, for the last like 3 years of her life, she was constantly saying, I don't know if God is punishing me or if it's a gift, right? For her to be around as long as she was. But yeah, do you think that people that seem to have no attachment to spirituality at all, you know, that are stuck more in the materialistic mindset, do you think that they're probably less prepared for death, meaning that they think the material is all that is, so they might try to hold on to it more so than somebody who thinks or understands that there's a metaphysical, spiritual other side to the coin?
Yeah, there's so many ways you could go with that, to be honest, because first of all, I feel terrible for them. That's awful. Geez, can you imagine if you just, as Kiwi loves to say, the meat sack. God, that I can't even. Oof.
That all you are is the meat sack, right?
Yeah, that's so bad.
But I think I think deep down, no matter how much somebody tries to like just say, yeah, when we're dead, we're gone. We're you know, basically all we are is this flesh, and that we're just nothing more than impulses and within, you know, electrical currents in the brain and receptors, and that's all that can be made up of who we are. I don't know if they truly deep down honestly believe that, or if they're just telling themselves that, because I don't know if you have ever watched a life form pass away. You understand that once the life has left the body, that body is not what that life was, right?
Yeah, it's just a vehicle. I like Norm Macdonald's little thing, guys, in his book where he's like, he's just the clothes I wear, sort of thing.
Yeah,
and I like that. But yeah, that's obvious. That's obvious. Even if you see a dead cat that's been eaten by a car or something, you can see that. Oh, that was just a carcass. That was just the shell.
yeah,
And the
yeah. I
thing
mean,
that animates it.
I don't know if you've ever had to experience putting down an animal that you've had for a very long time, but yeah, when it's an interesting experience, it's a horrible experience, but it's something that, as a pet owner, you owe that to them to be there, right, for them, to be the last thing that they see, and comfort them as they transition, and you know, as soon as it happens, and what you're holding becomes just a shell of what it formerly was, you know. It's a very
sorry.
touching experience. Go ahead.
I was just like itching to get in on this because it's the idea, and I'm not really going to bring in the whole thought of, you know, whether or not we should put people out of their misery in their older ages, anything like that. But what I do think about that holds me back when I, you know, watch my grandfather develop Alzheimer's and kind of watch him like withdraw is I get concerned with the actual torment of the spirit at that point versus the us hanging on to the body. When we do these things to keep these people alive, you know, for whatever means necessary, and again, tormenting the soul, I truly bring in the thought that is it something that is necessary, or are we just holding them back for our own selfish purpose? Because death is death.
Yeah,
It's really just our perspective on it.
That's a tough one, right? Because we know and understand that it is our duty to kind of not allow for animals specifically to suffer needlessly, right, at the end of their life. But we can't necessarily get ourselves to do the same for human beings, right? It's an interesting and controversial topic to discuss, right? At what point, you know, where do we make that decision when it comes to human beings? It seems like we always kind of know with animals, but I don't know. It's weird. It's an interesting thing, right? We always kind of know, like, the best thing to do in that situation, the right thing to do in a certain situation is to end the misery for the animal you know is not going to survive, right?
Yeah, but the Hippocratic Oath doesn't involve animals. Can you guys hear me? I fucking hope so.
Yeah, you sound really far away.
Oh my god, I know. But yeah, what do you think about the Hippocratic Oath?
I'm not sure if I'm familiar if there's a specific part in the Hippocratic Oath that deals with this.
It's like for doctors. It's like for doctors.
Right, to do no harm, right?
So yeah, but like, you know, they're gonna fight to keep whatever it is alive as hard as they can. Like they're never gonna stop. That kind of a thing, that kind of approach.
I saw something interesting on that. They actually changed. I can't remember the year, but like I think it was the 60s or something like that, and they changed the wording of it, and it was super interesting. Right, I just can't remember it. I probably should have mentioned it. Anyway, another cup of tea. I don't know. Your brain will kick in gear, maybe.
I think you're right, actually. Yeah, something like that. They did change it.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, we always want to try to save even an animal that can be saved, right? But many times you're faced with a situation where you understand that the end is inevitable, right?
Right, but the difference is you have an animal versus like a man or a woman that has the breath of, you know, or like the spirit of God, you know what I mean? Like that idea. Or the spirit from God, you know?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's an interesting topic because it seems like we want to basically medicate these people to the point in which they're not even themselves so that they don't feel pain. And what kind of life is that, like Kiwi was saying or Killian was saying, you know, what kind of struggle is that soul having at that point in time?
I just think to some extent it's like a false equivalency in regards from animals to man. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, I don't think that there's I don't think that they're the same, right? Which is why discussing this when in regards to human beings is a, you know, controversial, interesting, taboo kind of topic, right? When it comes to animals, we seem to have the understanding.
No, it is. It's pretty cool. I think. I mean, it's an interesting topic for sure. You know.
I think it's the same consciousness. It's the same one consciousness that, you know, but in a different state. That seems, I don't know, obvious.
Yeah, but it's like, let's say, like, you know, let's say like it's like a pet, right? You know, so like let's say like somebody's kid. Like they're just like, you know, I don't want them anymore. You know, like at what point does it become like, you know, I just don't know, man. I don't know if I think there's a separation, but like the idea of like it opens up a whole thing. You know what I mean? Because like, you know, if you're to have the legal authority to do that to yourself or something, then you would have the legal authority to do it to your children. You know what I mean? Because they're your property kind of a thing. And it's like this fucking birth abortion shit.
Right. It's like once you start to try to allow for that line to be drawn, where does that stop? Does it actually open up more issues than it's solving, kind of thing, right?
Well, it opens up the idea that you're just an animal. Look, dude, you're just an evolved monkey, okay? And we have to get rid of you to save the planet.
Sure.
You know what I mean? Like, it's just like everyone's like, okay. Well, I'll tell you what, just like take me because I know that we have an everlasting spirit, and you know what I mean?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, there's always kind of the cases as well that are kind of like the Romeo and Juliet kind of cases. My great grandfather and great grandmother. My great grandmother was dying of a terminal illness, and she was in extreme pain and wasn't getting any relief. And they were both towards the end of their time here on Earth. And yeah, my great grandfather put my great grandmother out of her misery and then ended his own life at the same time. Like, what is that? What does that do to the soul? I don't know.
You ever see the comedian where he's like, recently, like, my father died, and then he's like, and then we had to put our dog down, and everyone went, and he's like, I bring up my fucking, my dad died, and nobody said shit. I bring up my dog, I had to put my dog down. It's like, the whole fucking audience fucking react, and he like brings
Right.
it up. I forget the bit, but it's funny.
Is that Issa Maholsky talking?
Yo, what up?
Bro, your mic is horrible. What's going on?
What up?
Man, I know you got a good mic somewhere.
I know.
Good to hear your voice, though.
I don't know, man. When I get home, forgive me, man. I can't look. Who the fuck is this? I was wondering who it was, brother.
On the level.
I'm losing service too, man.
It's Rob.
Rob. Hold on, wait a minute.
Rob Keen, I've been here forever. I've been in here forever. I just came back today, actually. I've been gone for a while.
Really? From fucking.
Yeah, bro. I used to be in your YouTube chat like all the
Back in
time.
the day, like.
Back in the day.
Fucking trying
That's
to
me.
put it together, man. Yeah, dude. Okay, good. Yeah, yo, FLA, no? Fucking, I remember you were like hunting motherfuckers, if I'm not mistaken, for fucking flat earth on the bitch, right?
Yeah, I've been flat earthing for 8 years now.
Yeah, man. Dude, I gotta get a better mic, and then I'm gonna fucking go, and a better connection, because I got shit connection right now. Yo, about 20 minutes, I'm gonna be back if you're still around.
Yeah, I'm gonna hang out for the rest of the day here. We got about 2.5 more hours. I ain't going anywhere.
Losing everybody. All right, look more. I'll be back.
I pronounce as Your Highness or Your Highness Miss. Bud, welcome to the voice chat. Feel free to introduce yourself.
Yeah, what happened? What happened to the conversation?
I don't know.
I blame Issa.
Uh-oh. Was he in here talking about the law again?
I think so.
Dude, just take the parking ticket, Issa. Come on, bro. Just take the parking ticket. Like, that would be a great video compilation of like, just every time, like you just walk up to a police officer and say hi, and whatever they say back, just tell them, "Am I being detained?" I know, like 10 minutes ago, I came in here and told everybody what my new pronouns were, but I actually just changed my mind again. I'm going to change my pronouns to Mr. and Sir. You could use them in conjunction. You can call me Mr. Sir, or you could just call me Mr. or just Sir. Dude, that'd be kind of a funny way to get out of jury duty. During jury duty selection, keep raising your hands and changing your fucking pronouns like every 5 minutes. Oh shit, that would be good.
Yeah, I can't see that lasting too long.
Well, what are they gonna do? Tell you to stop fucking announcing your pronouns, and then you're gonna be like, "Yo, hate speech. Stop oppressing me. I'm over here dealing with my gender dysphoria, and you guys are like, you think that upholding the law and like a jury of your peers is more important than like the way I feel inside? Get out of here."
Well, I think they'll get it to a certain place, and then they'll just stop turning the frogs gay. Turning the frogs gay.
Yeah, poor frogs, dude. What did they do to what did they do? Nothing. We're definitely going to end up having to pay frog reparations in the future. When frogs evolve and they find out what we did to them, they're going to demand reparations.
Yeah. So I was talking to my brother earlier about, because he mentioned he'd watched some, I don't know, something with Fauci and AIDS and AZT and all that, and I was like, yeah, and we talked about it a little bit, and then I was sort of explaining that from one level of perception, you could see that his fellow brothers, his fellowship, would be patting him on the back for a job well done. I don't know. It's weird. It's weird. It's a weird thing because they did make it very obvious, and the people who didn't take the juice would have more awareness. If you see where I'm going with that, so yeah, it's a weird thing. It's a different way of looking at it. I don't know.
No, I think you know. I think you know what's going on. You're probably
Well, I know I couldn't do it.
Together.
Let's put it that way. The truth is that scarcity is a total illusion. Obviously, you can have, you name it, a potato, a cucumber, and before you know it, you've got more than you could ever do. You could be drowning in them. You can have that many. So, and land. Look at the land in America in particular. Oh my God! But in a per capita sense, then yes, I think it's fair to say there is overpopulation in cities. If you see the point, and then yeah, you can look around sometimes and you think all those people should die, and it's not cold. I don't know. It's like I think the Nazis, right? They took you out back and shot you, and I think that's a little more. That's kinder than what this new solution.
I just think of it like this. Like, okay, if PETA, you know what PETA is, right? The animal people.
Yeah.
Yeah, if they rolled up to one of these massive farming operations for beef, right? And it's just those giant metal houses in the middle of the desert. It smells like poop for miles. And they were to like, oh, we got to free these cows. And they just like open up the gates and the cows run out into the desert. You're just going to have a bunch of dead cows in the desert in like 2 days. They're going to be running all over the highway. They're going to just run out into the desert, not find any water, and just collapse and die. And it's kind of the same thing with cities. If I was like super powerful and had all the money that I could ever want, and I just decided, you know what, I'm just going to like pay people to blackmail government officials and just get the truth out there, pay a hacker to like hijack every television news network and just broadcast the truth all at once. And like, so, basically freeing the masses and dude, people in the cities would lose their shit. I don't think it would like. There can't be a massive exodus, but everybody's just going to get in their car and drive out of the city and like, you know, I don't know. It's not going to work.
Oh no. I mean, maybe they were trying to help people to wake up or something. It's a different, it's just a different slant, it's a different way of looking at it. Because I know I couldn't do it for sure. It's like that, what's that movie? Tom Hanks. I didn't watch it, but it's like, fucking brain, not Thomas Crown. The one where he's like Da Vinci Code. That's it. So Da Vinci Code 2. I didn't watch the movie, but I watched the opening, right? And in the opening, he says, so he's doing like a commentary, and you just hear his voice, and he says, "If you had to kill half the human race to save the other half, could you do it?" And the answer for me is definitely not. But the truth is that it should be a no-brainer, as Americans like to say. Obviously. And so I think these people think of it like that. What they've done is like that. And not only that, they'll have a better brand. A brand, that's not the right word, a better type of person. Because that person will have more awareness. I don't know. I could elaborate on. Do you know what I'm saying?
I do know what you're saying, but I see the elites as livestock owners. And the only difference between a farmer who owns a bunch of cows and the elites who are in control of governments and nations is that the farmer does not need to convince the cows that his farming practices are in the cow's best interest in order to do the thing that he wants to do. The farmer wants to cull the cows. He goes in there with his gun and he shoots the ones he wants to shoot. He drags them out with his tractor. The other cows can't do anything about it. But the government, they have to convince us that what they're doing is in our best interest so that we all go along with it. And the reason why they're telling us that we're overpopulated, in my opinion, is because there are too many of us for them to control with the small group of them that they are. And so they're convincing all of us to live these self-destructive, materialistic, hedonistic lifestyles. And they're getting us to, lip sync all the fucking antenatal talking points that are surrounding the whole discussion of overpopulation. They stuff us into cities like sardines, and then they tell us that there's not enough space in the world and that if we eat steaks, the weather's going to change and kill us. It's just a scam, dude. It's a big fucking.
But it would be the ultimate twist, though, to think that actually there is maybe the whole thing is to help us, but we just don't see it because you don't know what's going on, and I don't know what's going on. We see all the truth channels and we see all the things, and yes, it looks terrible. I'll grant you that, but there might be something deeper there because you need something to wake up from, right? You need something. Do you see my point?
No, I can imagine a twist, the plot twist, where it's like, actually, it's for the greater good. But then you get to the part where it's like, what is it exactly that they are doing for the greater good? And if that does involve like false flags, psyops, soft kills, hard kills, suppression of the truth, it's like, well, what the fuck could this greater good really be? You have to do all this disgusting behavior to, towards those ends. Maybe, I don't know. like I said, I have to use my imagination to get to that. Perspective.
Well, look at it this way. Socrates said the unexamined life isn't worth living. And these people are heavily influenced by them still, these kind of, Plato, these kind of thinkers. And you go look out into Joe Public. And all I see is apathy. Well, you could argue that the system itself, definitely the heliocentric system as well, has contributed to that apathy. But there's a part of me that's wondering, maybe they're constantly trying to prod you to wake you up, sort of thing, because I don't know, maybe I'm being a bit of an idiot, but you look around and you think, I don't know, what's wrong with you people? Fucking wake up. And they don't.
Dude, they're not. It's not the elites that are trying to wake us up, because they're the ones that are making sure that our water is fluorinated, and that there's chemicals in the food and in the soil, and the air. And they're not. If they wanted to wake us up, they wouldn't. The only two examples of altruism from at least the United States government was they put fluoride in our water because they care about our teeth, and they produced a bunch of juice for people to drink during crisis. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
those are the only two.
I've been down all the rabbit holes, dude. I've seen all the stuff. I'm just trying to think of it from a different perspective, because I've seen all that doom gloom stuff, and I don't know. It bores me a little bit these days. So I'm just trying to think of it in a different way.
Okay, I get it. I think of it as we already won the battle, and the reason why it looks so doom and gloom is because when you defeat an enemy that has a body of many individuals, as you're routing this enemy and you're driving it out of the world, you're driving it, into the light, out of the shadows, it's going to tear down everything that it can on its way out. Like an angry person leaving a room. They're going to punch the door off the ground. That's kind of what they're doing. Get pushed out of the right now. Good is taking over, and they're just trying to make it as shitty as possible. They know they lost.
I don't know. I mean, I think that I remember thinking this many years ago as well, like many years ago, like well over a dozen years ago. In fact, it might be 20 years ago. I remember I was sat talking with my brother and a few friends, and we were like, I think we might have been talking about 9/11, or we were talking about something, and I was like, the thing is, we don't know what's going on at the highest levels, but we can sit here and speculate and say this is really bad and this is obviously bad, but there could be something else. You got to entertain the ideas, haven't you, first? You can't I don't know. You see what I'm saying? You've got to be able to put yourself in their position and then try and look at it in a different way. I don't know.
I tell you, Andy, you sound more like these are sort of evolutions I've had as well. You know what I mean? I actually used to sound more like you guys than you think, especially 13, 14 years ago. And some of it retains, but I think I've slowly sort of come to those kind of realizations that everybody's different, has different motivations, and I think even the people who people might think are evil, like let's say there's some sort of agenda that is slightly interested in depopulation or something, or I don't know, something along those lines. Like I almost sometimes think about those, if that were a real motivation or motivation like that, it wouldn't. I don't think it'd be based on some sort of evil or, you know, like demonic, you know, desire. I think it'd be more based on some sort of misguided or their own personal view of what's best. You know what I mean? You know, in whatever perspective they have. But yeah, I don't know.
Absolutely. That's kind of that made me think of eugenics. That's what eugenics is, right? That's the way I see it, anyway. And certainly misguided.
Eugenics?
Yeah.
Or any kind of depopulation, really. Like if you imagine the motivation of somebody who's in the ultra rich and they feel like they have a you know like it's their purpose to or it's their responsibility to guide humanity or something like that. Might have found it to be a some kind of benefit to all of humanity to do something that to us would seem evil. You know what I mean? But although, like I said, I'm not agreeing with those motivations. I'm just saying that makes more sense to me than them being outright evil.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, if you think of the carnal mind as the beast, so to speak, then you could think of it in that sort of way as well. Anyway, I don't know. I suppose it's fun to imagine, but yeah, I can't pretend to know. I've seen plenty of these truther videos, and you get a bit sick of it. So anyway, how you doing, Kosho? All right? I've been watching Curb Your Enthusiasm again.
It's funny that you think of that show and you think of me. That's one of my favorite shows. But no, actually, I'm at a bed and breakfast with my girlfriend right now. I'm not even really supposed to be on here, to be honest. But yeah, she wanted to get away for a little bit, so.
Nice. What kind of breakfast you have? Like just some toast, or do you have like a British
Yeah,
English fry up, or what do you have?
And she said they're supposed to bring it out in the morning, and they showed me where the kitchen was, but I had to go to court this morning. But she said they didn't even bring anything. So, but it's cool because they stock the refrigerator, and they have like fruit and pastries on the table and stuff like that. So it's cool. It's cool. It's pretty neat, actually.
Yeah, I need to get. I'll tell you, it puts me off though because they're so expensive. These bed and breakfasts. I think you can get a hostel though for next to nothing. Like I think I'd do that. But the idea of just spending like £150 a night for bed and breakfast, that kind of puts me off. I don't know.
Yeah.
How much you paying?
That's about right for this place as well. But it's I feel like it's worth it for this one because it's like hidden away from everything, and you know it's like a private little like spa. It's not a real spa, but she has it set up. And I think it's for my girlfriend. It's just like a peace of mind kind of thing. She wanted to relax, even though it's not at all relaxing for me. But you know, it is what it is.
Yeah. I still wouldn't mind you telling me about your military thing at some point as well, and maybe a bar mitzvah.
I never had
you were
a
bar
mitzvah,
mitzvah?
but no, I never was.
Oh, dude.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, not only are you a man, you're a Jewish man.
Well, he is a Jewish man.
I'm not a man. I'm not a man yet.
Not a man yet. Not yet.
You know, my dad got bar mitzvah pretty late, but he also got baptized before that. Like before he was a regular rabbi, he was actually a messianic rabbi. I was there and he got baptized.
Dude, your dad sounds fucking dope, dude.
Yeah, that's super interesting, dude.
Yeah.
You should talk about that more.
Wait, so is he still messianic? He just also wanted to have his bar mitzvah? Because that makes sense. I mean, that's...
No, he had a little evolution, you know, his faith You know,
so he went from Messianic back to Jewish.
Yeah, but before he wasn't practicing really before that. Like we do the holidays and stuff, but he wasn't a rabbi before that. He became a rabbi as a Messianic rabbi.
Well, yeah, my very good buddy is he's Messianic Jew.
Hey, a lot of the first Christians were Messianic Jews.
Of course, Jesus was Jewish.
What would be a good Jewish word for complaining? Because I was thinking miser, but that's like spending money. So, you know.
The Jewish word for complaint, they don't have that actually.
Well, you know what I mean. You know.
No, it doesn't exist in their language. It's just kind of what they're always doing.
It's a way of being.
They just wake up.
So I was thinking about that with the mechanics of ego. When you think about it, the bread and butter of the ego. I'm not sure if you have that expression. The bread and butter of the ego is blaming and complaining. You know, and when I think of Curb Your Enthusiasm, that's it. That's what he's distilled ego. That's what Larry David's done right there. Yeah, I just love Larry David. He's awesome.
I think a really funny spin-off of Curb Your Enthusiasm would be if Larry David's character became Christian and just like really he just super loved Jesus, and just they continue doing the show, but Larry David is now Christian and he's like just always praying for people and stuff and like helping everybody. Dude, wouldn't that be crazy if actually all the Jews in the world, just all of them at once, decided that they actually love Jesus, and they also still controlled all the money and the banks and like the media, but they were just like, you know, flipping the script? That'd be nuts.
There was an episode of Curb. There's an episode of Curb where he thinks that he's Gentile because he thought he was adopted. He finds out his parents are like Christian, and he became like super Christian.
That's hilarious.
He's like, actually, he was like riding horses, and his friend, what did he do? I think his friend was ripping him off or something like that, and he like forgave him and stuff like that. Yeah,
that's so funny.
And they have a BSC where he's chug.
Right? Yeah.
It's what's funny to me is listen to this, coach. All right, because you know I used to be anyway. I used to be a stand-up nerd, and I hate Seinfeld. I don't think he's funny. I don't hate him. I just don't think he's funny. I don't think he's funny at all. But you know, I've got to give him his props for stage presence. His stage presence is probably second to none. I mean, he's commanding of the stage. He's probably second to none. Yeah, that's obvious. But in terms of being funny, I don't think he's funny. But Larry David, if you watched him in his early stand-up, he were awful. And he literally, there's one clip on YouTube where he just walks off. He just storms off the stage. But yeah, now I think Larry David's like aged like a fine wine or something, and he's just, I don't know, he's just very comfortable in his skin, isn't he? And yeah, it's good to see. But
who else has great stage presence from that whole is what's his name? Michael Richards. That guy knows how to command an audience. Holy smokes, he's hilarious.
Michael Richards, which one's that again?
That's
Kramer.
Kramer. Oh yeah, right. Oh right, that's Joe. That's what I thought.
He's
I was just like
stand-up comedian.
Yeah.
Wait, he wasn't a stand-up comedian? I thought he did stand-up. I saw a video of him at the Laugh Factory.
He tried at stand-up, but I said he's shit at it. But yeah, he's better. You know, he does like slapstick comedy, physical comedy. But even when he was on Seinfeld, like you look at all the bloopers, like every time there's bloopers, like you know they all get start laughing, just like any bloopers. Everyone's laughing. He gets so fucking angry if somebody messes up their scene because you know it's different. Comedy is different for him than it is for other people. I think. I don't think he's a very good stand-up.
There's that whole situation with him where he was dropping the M-bomb and they had this controversy. I thought you were alluding to that. I thought it was a joke. I thought you were making a joke.
No, I thought
Yeah,
I thought
I thought so
Kramer's
too.
character was super funny. No, that was unfortunate. He like had that little meltdown at the thing or whatever. He should. I mean, yeah, dude. I don't know. I would never say that word, even if I was one. I wouldn't. That's not okay. What he did was very bad.
Well, look, if they take one word away, they take them all. So I agree with Owen Benjamin on that, personally. But yeah, it's funny that you say commanding an audience and a stage, and I don't know what you're talking. I'm doing Malari now. What are you talking about?
If he really had to say it, maybe he could have like gone down to the beach and like written it in the sand or something, or like whispered it or something. He doesn't need to say it on the stage. That's not appropriate. That's not good. Maybe like put it like do it like a message in a bottle. Write it down a bunch of times on a piece of paper, and you put it in a bottle and just chuck it into the ocean and kind of just get it out that way.
I don't think he was saying it because he wanted to let it out, or he wanted to say it in a comedic way. He wasn't even expressing it in a comedic way. He was just angry at that dude. So he was just screaming racial epithets and all sorts of stuff like that. But they did mess with that on Curb Your Enthusiasm. There's an episode where like there's a black dude that like lied to him about his disease or whatever, and he's like screaming at him. He's like, I wish there was a word that I could say that would make you as angry as I am right now. And then there's all cameras all on him, so he just gets angry and like runs off.
Oh wow.
But it was funnier on the show. But also on the episode where Larry thought he was a Christian, because the whole season he was trying to avoid giving Richard Lewis his kidney. Like he was a match for his kidney, and Richard Lewis needed a kidney, so he was trying to find all these other people to do it. And then when he thought he was a Christian, that's when he decided to do it. Yeah.
Well, that was kind of him.
Yeah, but then he finds out on the operating table that he wasn't adopted. Like right before he's getting surgery.
Oh boy.
Listen to this. In Yiddish, kvetch means to press or to squeeze, whereas in English it does come to mean to complain. In spite of that, technically, kvetching is seen by many as a Jewish national sport.
Where the hell did you read that?
First thing that came up on Google when I typed in
wow.
the word for complaining. Yeah, that's interesting. Kvetching.
That is interesting.
So much kvetching.
Google needs to check that out. Yeah. You guys know about the Mexican words of the day?
Mexican what now?
Stop
The
biting
Mexican
my
word.
freaking neck.
Mexican word of the day.
No, what's that?
Well, today the Mexican word of the day is tractor. You know that one?
No.
I know it. Go ahead,
You say, my buddy is really super good looking, but honestly, man, I'm not attracted to him.
Ah.
Wait, what? No, that's not it.
Yeah, it is.
Hold on. What was the word of the day?
Tractor.
Oh, all right. I thought it was all right.
I got more Mexican words. Yesterday's Mexican word was mushroom. If you want to ride home, you can come in my car, but I don't have mushroom.
That one's way better. That's better.
Okay. I got a lot of them.
Ewar's got a new video.
Ewar.
I mean, if we've got nothing to talk about, we could just watch that.
Oh yeah, we don't have to listen to me making up Mexican words.
I bet that'll be good.
Does this Ewar guy, does he ever do any like live streams or podcasts or anything where he's talking live, or is it only his voice in the videos?
Yeah, he does several different channels and bits and bobs, and I always tune into the if I see them, I'll tune into different bits and bobs. But this is his main channel, so this because I told you about the last thing was about telluric currents and the what was it called now? There was some sort of I don't know, allegorical correlation between that and dragons. They were saying sort of, how we sort of make we make laws or whatever it is into animals and all sorts of things like that. It was super interesting. But yeah, Living Waters of Christianity, I bet that'll be a good one.
Did Ewar? He did some sort of like retraction on Tartaria, right? That's the same guy where he was like, "Look, guys, I made that video, and then I've done some more research, and I think like it's kind of misleading." Am I thinking of the same guy?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, I really respected him for that. That's like the first time I've ever seen somebody who put out sort of like conspiracy theory, alternative history content, and then months later, like, he started like a trend basically because all these people just started jumping on that bandwagon, like coming to all sorts of weird conclusions, and he like,
well,
he kind of set the record straight.
Yeah, sorry, Platypus clipped you there. The even better than that, and I completely agree. That's why I recommended his content fucking to anybody who'd listen. I'm like, look, this guy's like, he's showing a lot of integrity there. And so, yeah, what was I going to say now? Oh, yeah, he likened it to like a Marxist thing where we'd essentially thrown everything out. That's kind of what he was sort of equating with this. He's saying that you're just basically dismissing all the act. It's a real slap in the face to all the people who'd actually built all these cathedrals and all that other stuff. So yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, I just like to know that like, if I know that the source knows that they could be wrong, that it just makes their material, their content, that much more digestible.
Yeah, I mean, it puts you in mind of like BLM, like when we all saw the images of them pulling statues down and all that kind of stuff, and these people are openly communist, and it never ends well.
Yeah, I know. I feel bad. I pray for those people sometimes because I don't really know what else to do. I live near some very like militant, weird people. Lucky for me, I've got camouflage through my skin color, so they don't bug me much. I just got to keep my mouth shut.
Whose is this? This is medical mass media. That's Demon Stride, isn't it? I think it is. Anyway, I don't know.
Oh, look. Ned was Flatty. Wasn't he a mod? And now he's posting Demon Strike.
I mean, we're on live stream, so I don't want to. But all I know is that he left this server. I don't know why, but he just left, and then apparently he's like on. I guess came back around on that server, and then wasn't there a thing where he kind of used to be was saying he was a flat earther, and then he went back to the globe too, something around that. So I don't know all the details, but yeah, I guess he vanished from here. He was gone, I think, from the whole community for a while. Then he just, I think, resurfaced recently, over there. So yeah, I guess that's as far as I know.
He's on Team and Demon.
Who you guys talking about? Who you guys talking about?
Team and Demon.
Who?
Talking about Flatty.
Oh.
because yeah, I never actually got to. Well, I wanted to speak to him because I was talking to him through a third party, and you know, it was just ridiculous. Somebody was just DMing with him and then telling me the responses, and I was like, oh well, no, I've got to talk to him myself. But the gist of it was that there were certain flat Earth arguments that he didn't like. That he suddenly he'd rethought it, but he said he does it every few years. Every few years he comes along and then he rethinks another argument, and that I was like, okay, that's fair enough. I think probably the gas pressure one was an argument he wasn't. I can't remember exactly, to be honest, because I know Tim was like that too. You know Tim, the Danish guy. He also sort of went back to the dark side. But I don't know. I mean,
Go ahead.
no, go on, Jeremy.
I would say I used to like the gas pressure a lot. I used to like that argument, but I don't like it anymore. Like, you can't have gas pressure without a container. I still think that's true, though. I don't know. It's weird.
Well, I guess that's just the way she goes sometimes. I don't really have a problem with having like a globo containment zone. They can globo out all they want over there, and when they get tired of whatever that entails, I feel like they want to follow the rules. They can come back over here. Because I like not having to mod. I like it when I can come in and just listen to what people are saying. Everyone's being respectful. Way more enjoyable.
Yeah, I mean, to me, flat Earth's not about, as ridiculous as it may sound to some, flat Earth to me is not about whether or not Earth's a globe. It's much, much, much more than that. To me, it's like freedom of thought. Because I remember I said that a while back about how they, along with the peer review process, they funnel truth to. But I should have. I've revised that since, because it's not. This is what they do. They're going to do with this online. They're doing it in the UK now with this online safety bill. And I said it will be the same as the peer review process, where they funnel truth, but it's not truth, of course. It's just whatever fucking fits the agenda, whatever satisfies the, you know, the powers that should the be. So yeah, I should have revised that. I should have come back and with the caveat that it's not actually truth. It's just whatever fits the agenda. So yeah, new perspectives on it with you are.
The container thing is true, but would you need a top? Could there be some? I fucked my ankle up. Do you need a top? Is the question. Could you have some other mechanism holding the gas in, like cold or some kind of like I don't know. I just feel like it doesn't need to be a closed container. Maybe I don't know. Like obviously you need walls. I don't know. Were you guys talking about something else? My bad.
No, not really.
Oh no, definitely not.
Like cold air falls. So like if it got really cold, the higher you go up, it keeps getting colder and colder, and the gas just can't get past the top. I don't know. I'm weird. It's weird about a dome in my mind. I don't know, or some kind of ceiling or roof or whatever.
Yeah, I still maintain the same thing I said when I first came into 24/7, which is I don't know what the Earth is. I just think we're being lied to about it. So anyway, my Discord's spurging out, so I'm gonna log out and come back.
Everyone leave quick before Andy gets back. Quick. I swear to God, that's what I do, bro. I'll take a 5-minute phone call and I'll leave and I'll come back and everyone.
Every month, I like to go onto Google Trends and just type in flat Earth and see how many people are searching it. And we're definitely on an upward swing right now. It's pretty tight. It would be cool if the the link to this Discord server was the first thing that popped up when you typed in flat Earth on Google. That would be fucking.
That would be insane. How does everyone feel about the Casimir effect being gravity on Earth? You like
I don't
that?
know what
The way
that
that
is.
sounds. They put two plates together, put a vacuum in between them, something, and the only force they were expecting was a gravitational force, bendy space time attracting the plates together. But they found out there was something else there that was attracting the plates. So this could be an alternative to bendy space time. Maybe, I don't know.
You guys know who Ben Davidson is?
Never heard of him. What's he do?
He runs a YouTube channel called Suspicious Observers. He focuses on solar weather and other types of space weather. Before I became a flat earther, I would follow his channel pretty closely. He has some very interesting things to say about the current scientific consensus on how the universe was formed. And he's an electric universe guy, but not a flat earther. I don't suspect that he's a closeted flat earther. He seems very much to be into the whole space thing. But he does talk about how much we are lied to in terms of like scientific discoveries and papers and all that. So kind of interesting. He has this theory that we're going to go through a like a cataclysmic event of nature where there's going to be like tsunamis and like a solar flare. He puts that around like 2040s somewhere. So he's kind of doing a little bit of a doom cult thing. I'm not really with that. I'm not really down with that. Yo, Aristoteles, you got a mic? Or do you only do the chat, the texting? I don't really want to. Oh, you don't have a mic? Okay. Yeah, I don't really do the text chat thing.
Hey, isn't there a talk or a text to speech thing built in Discord?
There is. I don't know about it. I'm just moving around a lot while I'm on Discord. I got my headphones in, phones in my pocket. Not always there to respond in the text. Hey, Gio, are you there? Welcome, welcome. Yes, indeed. You are most welcome. Did anybody catch that Washington meeting about the UFOs yesterday? I haven't looked into it yet. What are they basically just? Here, I'll look it up.
News to me. Did anyone hear about that thing in the sky above Texas?
No.
Well, it apparently shot out some sort of halo.
What were those mysterious lights seen over Texas on Sunday night? Interesting. Check out the video.
Watch the dummies fall for it one by one.
Well, they believed, 2 weeks to flatten the curve and safe and effective. Why the fuck wouldn't they watch TV and go, oh my god, oh, aliens are so real?
I always knew aliens were real.
I freaking knew it. I saw that movie, and I knew it. Ever since I saw that movie, I knew it was true.
Right when I saw Independence Day, bro, it's something resonated, man. This could happen.
The funniest thing about alien movies is there's these aliens from another planet. They travel light years or whatever to get here, and then we lose. Like that shit don't make no sense.
They travel billions of miles to crash in Roswell.
That's so funny you just said that. This is what they released yesterday. U.S. has recovered non-human biologics from UFO crash sites, former intel official said. 3 military veterans testified in Congress's highly anticipated hearing on UFOs on Wednesday. And they claim that the U.S. government has operated a secret, multi-decade reverse engineering program of recovered vessels. He also said the U.S. has recovered non-human biologics from alleged crash sites. So that's pretty much. I mean, this is the news. This is in the news yesterday.
I mean, a crash, maybe. I could see a crash happening, but definitely not an alien speed like the movies where they come ready for war and then we lose, and then they lose. Like that don't make no sense.
Yeah, they're gonna make it look like that soon, but not yet.
No, see, this is the thing, you guys. They traveled millions and billions of light years, and then they crashed, and they've been flying around for a long time. We fucking flew 250,000 miles to the moon and landed first try, baby. Fuck these alien bitches.
Didn't someone in that clip they did ask, how do we know this isn't our own military or our own crafts?
They asked that during the hearing, you said?
Yeah, I do remember someone saying that in the hearing. So,
all right, okay. I didn't watch the hearing. I'm going through an NPR article right now because they are super reliable and non-biased.
but it's funny. It's like they give you the eccentric, fantastical idea first, and then sort of like under their breath, there's the do we know whether this could be our own our own technology, and then that's sort of brushed aside and back to the aliens,
Yeah.
Was somebody trying to say it? Was
But
that
they
you,
put the
Kojo?
common sense right there in the midst of it.
It's all a show, man. Big old stage up there.
I just can't wait to start making fun of the aliens. Like, whatever they show us is going to be so stupid. There's going to be a lot of material there, you guys. Fucking.
I'll roast an alien. Yeah, I'll roast an alien.
Cannot wait to roast these little green weirdos.
That's what's up.
I'm going to be like, dude, I can't wait. I can't wait.
Yo, you think you're tough. You think you're fucking something. You're a damn lizard. I squish you.
Dude, and think about all the people that are going to be like,
I squish you.
Fucking virtue signaling for fake aliens, like, rights to not be made fun of. I have some feelings too. They traveled millions of galaxies just to come here, and you're going to make fun of them? How dare you? How dare you? Oh man, if I can get some good how dare yous. Oh.
Or if we could get Greta, saying, I hope that's the technology you're using is friendly for the Earth. Right. Greta becomes all anti-alien.
Dude, I think a great plot twist would be if Andrew Tate and Greta Thunberg became a couple. That'd be an insane power couple. He's just got Greta just like in the kitchen. He's like, Greta, wash my Bugatti. You know?
You gotta say it like this. You gotta say it, Bugatti.
Yeah, how does he say it? My Bugatti.
Bugatti. It's like you say the T's weird or something. I don't know. It's weird.
Dude, I like the way Graham Hancock says Quetzalcoatl. He's like, the Aztecs believed that they were too lazy. So to prove that they were not lazy, they built the pyramids for Quetzalcoatl so they would not be flooded again.
Is that why they built the pyramids?
Yeah,
I get it.
yeah, it is. Quetzalcoatl flooded the Aztecs because they were too lazy. So they built pyramids so that they wouldn't get flooded again.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, if
Well, it's
I
funny
were
because
fucking stupid. Who's Graham Hancock said that?
yeah, Graham Hancock said that.
Oh God, he's on point with a lot of stuff. But some of this shit.
Well, dude, I don't know. Like once you get involved with those ancient aliens type people, it's a slippery slope, dude.
No, he's not with ancient aliens. He's with just an ancient civilization that was more advanced than we think. That's all.
Yeah, I know, but I saw his little Netflix series. He kind of sold out.
Yeah, man, he sold the fuck out. He makes cash, don't he? He's not telling the truth then.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to understand what he's saying when he has Netflix wiener in his mouth. You know, it's just like, what are you trying to say here? Get that thing out of your mouth, dude. What are you? But yeah, it is kind of funny though, because like everybody's like, who the hell built the pyramids in Egypt? But like nobody's like questioning whether or not the Mexicans built their pyramids. We all know they did. Good old fashioned hard labor. I want to get flooded by Quetzalcoatl again.
Bro, the the one pyramid's in Mexico. Well, I went to see one pyramid when I was a kid in Chichen Itza. It was in Cancun, the Yucatan Peninsula, and that thing was awesome. But there's another one where the layout's fucking crazy. It's like the sun and the moon and the earth or something. They got some weird shit going on, or maybe it's the one with a motherboard
The
layout.
computer chip one, yeah. That's
The
pretty
chip.
crazy.
Jeremy, can I talk to you in the mod chat for like 30 seconds?
Yeah, in 30 seconds. So hang on a minute.
Yeah, yeah.
Which one? Move me there. Move me there.
Yeah, yeah, I'll move you there.
Hey Jim, are you still there? Hey Jim, you still there?
Yeah, I'm here, man.
What did you hear about Texas? You said something?
I chucked a video in the chat. Apparently, there was some strange light in the sky, traveling fast, and it shooted some sort of plume of light, or I don't know, whatever. Looks like apparently like a halo. I have no idea what's going on there, but
Well, I'll tell you, you missed a good one the other night. We had a long conversation. Kind of made me a little bit angry towards the end of it, but we were talking about noctilucent clouds. You ever heard of those things?
yeah, I can't remember which ones that is though. What's that?
Basically, they're high altitude
Oh, right, okay.
clouds, often like 60 up to 60 kilometers high.
So why? What happened then? What was the discussion about? Still there?
Anyways, I haven't figured out what it was. Kind of
Oh wow, I didn't hear you that whole time.
but you know, launch that. And those plumes, those kind of clouds, they're formed naturally. Sometimes, usually not though. Usually it's because somebody puts some sort of, particulates in the sky up there. Usually from a rocket launch. So yeah, I don't know. It doesn't. It's kind of a doesn't seem like a coincidence that that same night, people saw this weird thing over Texas.
Yeah, sorry, you were cutting out a lot for me there. But so you're saying that people saw weird things above Texas, and it's a strange coincidence, huh? That this was also
I said it's
reported.
not a coincidence. You said I cut out and you heard. That's all you heard. I said it's not a coincidence. What I said. That's not a coincidence. That same night, SpaceX launched a rocket.
Right.
Me?
Well, I think I heard from that video there was a rocket launch the day before.
Was this Sunday?
Yeah, I think
July
in that
23rd.
video I sent.
No, yeah. Well, the person maybe remembering, but actually the rocket launch was that same night.
Fair enough.
So I would just, I would write it off to that just because any other explanation would seem otherworldly.
Yeah, there was that huge one, wasn't there, a few years ago? Was it Russia? And or did Russia sort of admit it was like their rocket or something?
I'm not sure. I mean, the meteor blast? There was a meteor
Not
blast.
the meteor. No, it was kind of like similar. Like hold on. Do you remember the one over Sweden, or was it Norway? The spiral.
Oh, vaguely.
It was more like that.
That's the thing. Is anytime that they do anything like this at night, or any sort of, like I said, particulates in the in the upper atmosphere, or not the upper atmosphere, but above, where planes are going to be, and it has to be at a perfect time too. So just at twilight, you're going to get these sort of observations. So. A little bit more though, because it does seem weird. It does seem weird that there's that. Well, no, he's. Oh, never mind. He's just playing the video slowly. I was like, it does seem like it's like that light is persisting with it, but he's just playing the video slowly.
Yeah, this is the one I was on about. This Russian one. Oh, that was supposed to be Elon Musk's rocket.
Oh, I've seen that video. It's a good one. I hope no one was hurt.
That's the thing you were about. Yeah. Okay.
Not that great. Not a very good test. Do better.
Those launches are more revealing than you might think.
Oh, Shell, what
That's
up?
the sperm. What's going on?
What's revealing?
The video that Jim just played. He's talking about aliens in Texas. Okay, and I told him. We talked about those noctilucent clouds the other night. The clouds that are very high up in the sky. They, they look funny. By twilight. Anyways, yeah, there was a rocket launch that same night that this alien spotting or whatever UFO thing happened in Texas. So one stands to reason that might be related.
Yeah, just to clarify, I didn't say that there was aliens in Texas. I just said there was weird lights in the sky in Texas. That's basically all I'm saying.
Well, there is a lot of aliens in Texas. We have a whole division in the government just to handle them. They're typically here in California, Arizona, New Mexico.
Was that the Space Force?
I'm talking about the ice.
Coach, what's up, bro? The aliens over Texas are saying it was a rocket.
Don't take my word for it, but that's what I would.
The word on the
That's
street
what I
is
would
it
bet
was
my
just a rocket
bottom
launch.
dollar.
You said you bet your bottom dollar was a rocket. They're saying they saw.
Yeah, but I wouldn't spend that. It smells like doo doo. My bottom dollar.
Why?
It was in my bottom.
You keep your wallet in your back pocket.
Fuck's sake.
Like in your bottom, like you gotta.
Just forget about it, bro. Forget
No,
about
his
it.
back,
Roach
his,
you right
his
now,
back
but
is
it's
his
very
pocket.
explicit.
His back is his wallet.
Coach, we're going to need a full explanation of how this works.
Where I'm from, we call your ass, right? It's your bottom. Okay? So my bottom dollar was in my ass, okay? That's what I'm saying. All right?
Right?
Not my wallet.
I think we need a topic. That's what we need.
That's a weird.
Anyways, that's the point though, is that these these clouds or these UFOs, it was very likely they were just rocket exhaust or part of this launch.
Swamp gas.
Very likely.
Rocket gas. Rocket smoke. Alien.
What about space trash? Is there just like space trash that could just be doing this?
I mean, do they throw all the trash out of the ISS? They just like toss that shit out, right?
Oh
Like,
no, they have a blue bin. They have a recycling bin and then like one for lawn clippings.
They be recycling and shit.
And the garbage man comes and collects it.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you let something, like, say I just toss something out of the ISS, like, that should just be orbiting. Right? Now it's orbiting.
Well, it's a low Earth
It was orbiting.
It was orbiting.
Yeah, it was orbiting before you took it out the ISS, yeah.
Yeah, and then you take it out the ISS and what? Now it's falling? Isn't it conserved momentum?
Yeah, it's still orbiting. Just it was inside the ISS, and then you went outside the ISS. There's nothing changing about its orbit. It was falling the whole time.
So yeah, if you throw trash out the ISS, now it's just orbiting around Earth, right?
Yeah.
Dude.
But here's the problem,
much
though.
trash? What's the problem?
In low Earth orbit, especially because the atmosphere, the atmosphere changes wildly. It can raise and lower height based on, what the sun does. So the ISS actually has to change its orbit by 50 miles, over the course of like 10 years. Like, in a 10-year span, it's actually adjusted its orbit 50 miles. But if you just allowed something to stay without adjusting it, it would undoubtedly lose, velocity, slow down because of the drag, and then it would crash back in the atmosphere. And I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, that's what they do with a bunch of their shit. Like literally their shit. I'm pretty sure they release it and they just let it go, and then it just fucking falls and burns up in the atmosphere.
You bet your bottom dollar.
So that's the poop release procedure. The PRP for the ISS. They just toss it out, but it would be orbiting for mad long though. It would
Sounds
take
like
a
it.
while for it.
I mean, if I remember correctly, I would bet my bottom on that.
But it would be orbiting for a while though before it fell. We're talking about 10 years. What about the
Yeah,
poop we
maybe.
threw out?
I forget what the number is, but I think in a given day, the ISS loses velocity. I mean, it loses altitude pretty fast.
How fast? If the Soyuz didn't readjust it, how fast would it fall?
I mean, I'd give it a month.
1 month, that's it? Get the fuck out of here. That's how orbits work, bro.
Well, I'm just thinking like in a month, that's what the amount that they lose altitude in that amount of time the ISS does. I don't know. I don't know how long it would take. I don't know how they release it because it seems dangerous. Like if they release their shit and then they just like they go back and it's like right in front of the ship still. They're gonna. Well, no, that doesn't make sense. Yeah, maybe they do just release it then. But yeah, I remember hearing that. I just don't know if that's true.
I'm just saying, like anything you throw out of the ISS.
Actually, to be honest, I think SE told me that. So what?
Anything you throw out of the ISS, it's going to be orbiting for a while, unless you like. Maybe I guess maybe if you threw it straight down.
No. Well, I mean, like
with some velocity, or
it will lose. It'll lose. Yeah. There's enough drag for it to slow it down substantially. I'd say give it a couple months.
okay, when an astronaut throws a bag of poop out of the ISS, you're saying a few months, and it's burnt up.
I would think so. I'm looking it up right now. Hold on.
There's no way they would have to throw it down, otherwise it's just going to be orbiting. If you throw it laterally or any direction, maybe up, you could get it to. It'd still be orbiting. Threw it up. So it'd make it even worse if you threw it up. Actually,
Sometimes astronauts' poop is brought back. So sometimes astronaut poop is brought back to Earth for scientists to study, but most of the time, bathroom waste, including poop, is burned. Poop is vacuumed into garbage bags that are put into airtight containers. I don't know what that means. And here's what ChatGPT is telling me. Hold on. This robot says the International Space Station ejects feces into the Earth's atmosphere where it burns up and looks like shooting stars. The feces is collected in plastic bags inside a container, and the container is loaded to the resupply ship along with other garbage, and the resupply has no heat shield, and it burns up into the atmosphere when it is released. None of it ever hits the ground. The feces is treated to prevent the bacterial growth. Solid human waste is not recycled at the moment, though there is talk of eventually using feces to line the walls of future space missions. Wow.
Did you just make that up, or is that real?
No. This is what ChatGPT told me. I don't know.
ChatGPT just told you that they're going to literally line the walls of the spaceships with shit. So they're gonna be flying around in the shit ship.
It's going to be an improvement from what they went to the moon in last, right?
It's got to be. I mean, they didn't even know about smearing their shit all over the walls. How, that's not very technologically advanced.
It's a bit creative, though. All right, here it goes. Yeah. So that was from ChatGPT, but I'm seeing that New Scientist has an article about it. This is 2013. Also, Mars. Yeah, all about Mars missions.
Dude, if I was a Glober,
2013.
if I was a Glober and I started reading these articles, I definitely would not just be like, "Oh, look at that!" Like that's very forward of you. I mean, doo-doo in the walls, really? I don't know, man.
When I read The Martian, actually, I was very inspired by that book, The Martian. And I wrote a short story, kind of in the same thing, but it was about a guy. Actually, it's kind of funny. You know that the roads, like we saw it go to space and stuff. You guys don't believe that, but I think it went to space. And but in my story, there was actually a guy in that suit, and he was still. And there's like a whole bunch of airs, and they're like making bets on like how long he's gonna live because they left him some air in the suit, and so he's got to figure out like how to survive basically. And he has to do all this fucking weird shit. But anyways, my point is, in the book The Martian, he's got to figure out ways to survive on Mars, and a lot of it has to do with his poop, recycling it, and all sorts of stuff like that. A bunch of other science stuff, but there's a lot of stuff based around his poop, utilizing it and making it efficient. So that makes sense. Yeah.
Hold on, what makes sense?
He was saying
Remember
because
the
of
movie?
the movie. Yeah, there was a movie based off of a book about a guy who goes to Mars and uses his poop to grow potatoes. So he's saying it makes sense that in real life we would line the walls of spaceships with poop because he read it in a book or saw it in a movie.
Doesn't seem very sanitary.
Well, the reason I said the book is because it was an adaptation. I think I like the book a lot better because it really focused on that aspect of it, of like really having to utilize everything in his knowledge and all the resources he can get his hands on, and do whatever it takes to survive. It's like all this technical, ingenuity on the fly, basically. And so, yeah, I mean, if you're in a scenario like, deep space, Antarctica, bottom of the ocean, you're gonna have to figure out how to utilize, what you could possibly utilize when you have almost next to nothing. So I think what they're talking about doing is using the feces as a radiation shield, like to shielding the walls. I don't know how they're gonna do it, but I mean, it makes sense. They use water for the same thing, so
that's why I said it'd be an improvement to what they last went in.
I feel like you were serious. I thought Platypus was fucking me. Seriously, poop all along the walls.
yeah, that's what they're saying. But think about this: water is an extremely practical and efficient way to keep out the radiation up there on the walls. However, we gotta drink water, and we gotta use water for other stuff. So it makes sense that the literal waste, that nobody wants or has anything to do with, use that for that instead of the water. I mean makes sense to me. Although I don't know if they're going to do that.
Start the trip. You're gonna need to start the trip with the shielding. You're not gonna start the trip with no shielding and rely on poop the whole time.
Maybe it starts off with water and then you replenish it with the poop. But then you start getting poop in the water. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know what the plans are.
You couldn't think of any system to not get poop in the water, really? Come on, dude. Use your head, coach.
Actually, I can, dude.
Yeah.
I saw this fucking video the other day where this guy in California made this house that rotates. It's sitting on a hill and it can rotate the whole house. And he had to make a special fucking pipe in the center that could both clean out the, wastewater and also bring in fresh water without, them coming into contact with it.
I think I've seen some of that. Is that so that he can have benefit of the sun all day long? Like he can move his house? Yeah.
Like whatever room he's in with his guests or something, they can view the sunset.
Yeah.
It is pretty odd. What you want to do is have it. What's that restaurant where they rotate it once an hour? What's the restaurant? Any restaurant?
Talking about the Space Needle?
Is it on a...
Doesn't the Space Needle have something like that?
Is it? What the fuck
I don't know.
is
I
the
think
Space
so.
Needle? The CN Tower?
Well,
nope.
Seattle
Different places. Yep. One of those is in... They look kind of alike, though, don't they?
That's the name of the building.
The Space Needle. Yeah.
Yes.
That's where Dr. Evil had his lair at the beginning of Austin Powers: The Spy Who Shagged.
Yeah, that's cool shit. It seems a bit extravagant. I don't know if I would have that many moving parts in my house just for maintenance sake.
Yeah, that's why
I
he's
guess
selling
if
it.
you got it like that.
I think he has because he's an engineer and he designed like that pipe and everything, like his one of a kind, piping system, because he has to get all the three, like the wastewater, the gray water, the drinking water, the plumbing, and the even the cables, the internet,
I'm trying to think of
all
how
that
this
kind of
would
shit.
work. Yeah, I'm trying to think of how this would work where you could have these things spinning all day, but still be
Yeah, he
a scaled connection.
invented this crazy thing that can do that. Yeah. So I'll post a video. Hold on.
I ain't
I'm
gonna
about to get in trouble because I gotta go to dinner, but I'll see you real quick.
maybe use your credit card or debit card instead of your bottom dollar.
You know what's funny? My girlfriend, she actually we were watching something the other night. We were talking about something, and she thought it was crazy that I believed in the moon landing, and she also she thought it was crazy that I believed that the Tesla was really in space.
You actually believe that?
Yes.
Let me laugh too, then, please.
I'm gonna post the video, but I'm gonna post this one first. Hold on.
Kosho, just because you paint lips on your hand and make it talk to you doesn't mean you have a girlfriend.
Good point.
What up,
Come on, dude. Stop. Don't do that. You should delete that.
What's up, Jay? So about to leave to go to dinner. We're just talking about NASA, talking about their plans. I guess they got plans in the future to line line their walls of their spacecraft with feces to protect from radiation.
Yikes. But a million more efficient ways than that to.
Oh no, there's not. Trust me, dude. These NASA guys are genius. Shit in the walls. You're just not smart enough to understand it. That's why you don't work for NASA's big guy.
Yes, so.
Thanks for that, Kosho. That was really good. Hey, Blue, you hear that? Manure walls, NASA. You Sorry, guys, I can't.
I'm sure it's just
I'm fucking dying.
I'm sure it's just something that like somebody had suggested. Something that they're looking at. I'm not really sure that they're going to implement it, but it's the kind of thing that, of course, like a news site, science news, they're gonna report it. Clickbait, yeah.
Yeah, I'm curious about that. We were talking about this. What was that yesterday? I see when the guy had the Harvard thing, or was that today? I can't remember. Anyways, where are the? You know how we always have articles, and you guys say, "Oh, these are clickbait articles." Where do we find the non-clickbait articles at?
In the actual science journals.
Which is what? Nature?
Like Nature.
Yeah,
Nature,
like
a science journal.
Nature, the American Chemistry Society, the Royal Chemistry Society, the Springer journals, all those are good. The
So
Wild
anything I find from them,
journals.
So anything I find from them, they're not going to be clickbait.
Yeah, as long as they're not just like public informational pieces, if they're actual part of the actual journal that's peer reviewed, then no, it's not clickbait.
And Nature, does Nature post both, or where's the people that just post the non-clickbait stuff? Is there people like that?
They'll occasionally, like Jack Sostak won the Nobel Prize for Origin of Life research, and he did like a piece for the general public that Nature published. And now this wasn't a peer-reviewed journal article. It was just a piece that he did on his research for to convey certain principles to the general public. But he also then publishes his actual research, which is reviewed by other scientists in the actual journal of Nature. That's not the hit pieces, that's not clickbait, etc.
Okay, how do we know which ones are clickbait and which ones aren't?
Because one will
If I were
be
to go
a
to
part
Nature
of the
magazine,
actual journal, dude.
if I were to go buy a Nature, this is a magazine, right? Nature.
Yes.
Okay, if I was to go buy this magazine, is there going to be clickbait articles in it?
No.
Okay, perfect. So anything I find from Nature, you guys aren't going to say, "Oh, that's a clickbait title."
Like I said, on the website, they have some just public information communications that aren't peer-reviewed articles. But if you were to buy the actual physical journal, those are peer-reviewed articles.
So the actual magazine itself, the website, you're saying their website's bullshit, but the actual magazine itself is rock solid, no clickbait bullshit.
No, I'm saying that on the website, they will have stuff that's not peer reviewed. So you'd have to do the actual work to go into the part of the website that is the peer reviewed part. And stuff from
Yeah,
there
so you're saying
will be fine.
So you're saying the website has some bullshit clickbait articles on it, and the actual magazine is the one I want if I want to find the non-bullshit clickbait ones.
Yes.
Okay. Sounds good. Is there a list? Is there a list of shit like that? Because I mean, so far the Nature magazine itself, like, where would I find a list for where the non-clickbait bullshit is?
You could probably Google like list of scientific peer reviewed journals.
All right. Sounds good. Perfect. I'm wondering why Nature would mix in bullshit clickbait stuff with their actual real stuff.
Well, because they want to communicate with the general public as well.
But isn't there people that do that? Like they're called like science communicators or some shit?
Yeah, but they'll also ask like Nobel Prize winners, like I said, Jack Sostak, they asked him to do just a summary for the general public on his work that won him the Nobel Prize. Now, that's not a peer-reviewed journal article. That's just a summary of his work meant for general audiences that left out a lot of the technical detail because that's in his peer-reviewed journal submissions.
It is very quiet.
Does that mean I can do another shameless plug for my wife? If y'all wouldn't mind and subscribing to my wife's YouTube channel, Sterling Resin, like sterling silver, Sterling Resin. Check them out. It has free shipping in Canada on her bookmarks that she makes too. Just so y'all know. Thanks, guys.
This message was brought to you by Sterling Resin. Check them out on YouTube.
What's up, guys? What's up?
Yeah, we're all here.
What do we got? Essie got all excited about the koala borehole earlier. Polo borehole, whatever it's called. That was neat. We love that. We love that hole. It's my favorite hole.
I'm still kind of processing the poop inside of the spaceship walls. There's a lot of material there. There's a lot of puns and alliteration. Like excrement terrestrial is one that came to my mind.
Shit house.
Yeah, shit house.
Excrement
Shit
terrestrial.
Excrement
Hold on.
terrestrial. Yeah.
That's a good one.
No,
I
I've literally just been sitting here in silence, just like, wow, this is where the line is. This is what I get to talk to the Glovers about now. I'll just be like, oh yeah, so how are those shit walls coming? They're gonna be like, what? And I'm like, yeah, you guys, you know, the astronauts are gonna be living in the shit walls. I haven't even read the article yet. It's just, why would they put the?
I mean, maybe it makes sense if you need the. I don't know.
I guess if you think that flat is curved, and you look at the fucking moon and you think that's land in the sky, poop inside the walls of a fucking imaginary spaceship probably makes a good deal of sense to you. I don't know.
Would you really want to risk it though? Like, wouldn't you just want to have your radiation protection just in there and not movable and not with it all? That way, it's nice and safe and secure.
Yeah, it doesn't make a lot of sense. Right, I go to synchrotron and cyclotron radiation facilities that have radiation much more dangerous than what they're going to encounter, and we use metals and stuff to protect ourselves from it. It works
like lead.
Yeah, lead, iron. There's no need to use. excrement. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, like I said, dude, this is why you don't work for NASA, bro. No offense, but you obviously just wouldn't make the cut. You didn't think of shit in the walls. You didn't think of that, bro.
You need out of the box thinkers.
They need out of the toilet thinkers, bro.
They were throwing so much of the wall, some had to stick. So
the crazy thing is, I did work for NASA for a summer. I did a internship with them.
Well, that's not working for somebody. Doing an internship is like take your daughter to work day.
Oh,
but they probably weren't. They probably
Dude, they
didn't
probably
did a
walked in on
research
you
project
smearing shit all
that
over the
they-
bathroom walls, and they were like, "This guy's onto something."
I don't know, man. I did a research project that they funded and they paid me for, so I would consider that working for someone.
What was the research? Was it how well shit sticks to walls?
No, Jace, it probably wasn't that good though, because you know, if it was good, they would have kept you, hired you for more stuff. You weren't thinking out of the toilet on that one.
Well, I wasn't. They knew that I was going into a PhD program, so I wasn't for hire.
But would you rather work for NASA or the people you work for now?
The people I work for now.
Is more money or like what's up?
No, I'm getting my PhD, and I've got some good connections in the pharmaceutical industry now. It's definitely.
Where do you think they got this idea for putting shit in the walls? Do you think somebody just like pulled it out of their ass or what?
I have
You're on
no
fire.
idea. It's the first I've heard of it, so.
They pulled that one out of their. You're on fire right now.
Dude, like I said, there's a lot of material here. We're gonna be unboxing this for quite some time. Is the article like? I'm about to be driving, so I can't read it. But if somebody will DM me that article, otherwise I'll just I guess have to Google it. Shoot.
Instead of that gold metal foil, they can use toilet paper. I don't know.
We can BM you the article. How about that?
Nice. Dude, yeah, it's a team effort, guys. We got to all be a part of this. Please BM me that. Thank you.
Like I'm driving, I can't participate, but I think we should explore this subject a little bit longer.
Yeah, we should probably push really hard on this one, huh?
Yeah, really
hold on, you
push
said
this
you're gonna.
one along.
Hold on, Snacks. You said you're gonna BM it to him.
Yeah, he said he's gonna BM it to me.
Yeah, you can always count on Snacks for a good one or two in there. Yeah. Well,
Hey, man,
he
yeah,
did a real good one night. I forgot what it was.
I'm just throwing shit at the wall, see if it sticks. You know. That's it.
Yeah, there we go.
I smell a rat. But think of the person who came up with this cockamamie idea, right? And then somebody said, you know what? I think I'll write a paper on this. Sounds like a good idea.
I'm thinking they were going through Einstein's old journals and they found like a note written at the bottom of the page. The Scheißen in the walls. And then they were like, oh yeah, duh.
You haven't heard of the Schmeisen effect? Give it a freaking name.
You're starting to stink now.
What happens if like a little tiny meteor like hits the space station? They're gonna be like, Houston, we have a problem. We got a shit.
Well, you know, any video they're going to show of whatever transit they do in this shit house will surely be a right shit show.
This is not going to get old anytime soon.
I want to have an in-depth debate on this. Me and Blue. Blue, if you're out there, let's do a debate on this one. The ethical value of poop in space for radiation.
They're gonna make the moon bases from.
Well, what I want to know is why haven't we been using poop to shield us from radiation here on Earth? We could have think about it. All the Japanese, they could have collected all their poop during the Fukushima disaster and made like a giant poop wall, protected themselves.
You make a joke out of it, but they'll say things like, you know, salmonella and all kinds of diseases you can get from poop, and that's why they don't coat the walls with it, not because, you know what I mean? Like they'll come up with something that they think is a sound reason not to do it, even though, I mean, we're talking about it so that we're entertaining it. You know what I mean? Like it's all big show anyway.
It's like Japanese dudes right now probably working on making shit into hamburgers. You don't know them.
Yeah, the Japanese. I've heard they did stuff that like even grossed out here, but that's just what I heard. I don't know if it's true.
The E. coli have just added protection. Don't worry, guys.
Yeah, E. coli. That's what I meant. Yeah, it's like giving yourself a little bit of the dirty V, so that you don't get sick from it later, or whatever.
But you guys, I just got the downward nod from another adult male.
What about? Do you know what he's looking at you for?
No, we just live in the same building, and I'm driving carefully through the parking structure so that I'm not like speeding down like a jackass. So he probably gave me the downward nod, like, you live here, I live here. I actually did not choose violence today. The upward nod is a fucking issue. It's like you only give the upward nod to people bros or bros you want to fight.
It's so funny you say that. I just gave the upward nod to one of the guys I work with. And then he goes, "You want a coffee?" And he went and got me a coffee.
Well, it's just part of bro code. The upward nod, yeah, that's for
awesome.
friends and enemies. The downward nod is for strangers when you don't want to fight somebody. You just want to be chill.
Word.
And I don't nod at women. I just smile.
Yeah, it's also funny because I think he thought I wanted to like fight him, like gave him the nod to fight because he gave me this strange look, and then he's like, "You want a coffee?" I was like, "I'd love a coffee, man." Hilarious.
Yeah, I play this game because I live in Los Angeles and nobody likes to make eye contact with each other. So I like to play this game where I smile at somebody and make eye contact with them. And I just like to count how many people return it and how many people reject it. I mean, it's all more smile back. I don't know why that is. I don't know why people are so afraid to look somebody else in the eye. Kind of weird.
They may have no soul. No, they may have no soul. Remember, the eyes are the windows to the soul. If
I
they don't
just
want
did
you
the
looking
downward
into
nod
their
again.
eyes,
I'm trying to make a right-hand turn, but there was a guy on a bicycle coming, so I like reversed a little bit so that he could go past me, and he gave me the downward nod, and I gave it back. We don't want to fight.
It's a waste of time fighting. I mean, sure, I'll beat everyone's ass, right? Y'all don't stand a goddamn chance, but I'm a lover, not a fighter.
Yeah, I too do not want to fight anyone. Hurting people sucks. Getting hurt sucks. Just, you know. Like even after fights that I've won that were justified, where like I was totally in the right, just like just defending myself, I still never really feel good after that.
Yeah, man, you feel bad. You're like, God damn it, you didn't have to fight me, and now, even though I've won, this sucks for kind of both of us, right? You didn't have to do this. Come on.
Yeah. Well, I've had to worry, like, you know, what if this person, okay, the fight's over, it's the next day, but what if, you know, weeks or months down the line, they see me and they got a gun on them? They're just fucking sour.
Right.
You know, you never
Yeah.
know how somebody's going to react, like, in this world. So it's just I haven't been in a fight in a long time, actually, really well.
Man, I don't do the fight thing. If someone wants to come at me, I find their weak spot immediately if I haven't already found it. But just by looking at them, I don't like to fight. I'll get your throat.
Yeah, that's good.
Get a little forearm chop. Bang.
It doesn't
They're
take
like,
much,
I'm
yeah,
trying to
to
breathe now.
disarm somebody. You know, if they don't have a weapon, it's not that hard to disarm somebody. You just have to not be afraid. You have to just look for the opportunity and take it.
I just cover the walls in shit.
Or that, yeah. That's a good fix for a lot of stuff.
Spread server's not going to top for their whole evening. They won't top our shit conversation. So I feel good about that. Yeah.
Dude, all glory's like in the text chat, like, you guys, it's just Johnny B in here for our event. It's like, what the fuck are you smoking, dude? Okay.
Johnny B.
Good. Great. That's awesome. But dude, that's another thing is like, dude, flat Earth does not have to be like, we're arguing all the time. Refraction. Like, that sucks, dude. That'll burn people out. You know? Sometimes we just need to be able to shoot the shit as a community. You know, Glovers and flat earthers alike. The whole, you know, wiling out and like just talking over each other and yelling and getting all crazy. That is cheap thrills. Cheap thrills.
Yeah, yo, it's like a YouTube thing now, where it's like, you know, it took me a while to get it, but if you think of it like someone who's trying to like work YouTube, like as an anti-flat earther, like the whole thing is to stir up that yelling match, and people fucking watch it. People love that shit, so like they watch that disconnect between two people, You know what I mean? And then
That's
they milk that.
unhealthy.
It's drama.
No doubt.
Soap operas.
It's low
Modern day
frequency.
soap operas. Fucking woke soap operas. What's up?
Yeah, no, it's a
Yeah, it's
modern
like a
day.
Jerry
Yeah,
Springer.
it's
Yeah, it's the selling point for a lot of stuff, isn't it?
you're in the soap opera, bro.
Which is friction. Friction between people. It sells.
Yeah. Anything to
welcome
put
to the show, Lisa.
Welcome to the fucking show, boys. Well, you don't know if it's
What's
part
up?
of the show,
Am I being detained?
right? Amen.
Am I fucking being detained or what?
Fucking right, dude.
Don't tase me, bro.
No, you can't say anything negative. You cannot use a negative, dude. As soon as you say a negative, if you say something like "I can't" or "don't" or anything negative, you want to avoid it.
Can you say I decline?
Talking about tasing though, did you see those? I saw a few clips where someone got tased and it done nothing to them, and the police were like, "What the fuck?"
Oh yeah.
Like the guy's still chatting to them, and the police are like, "What the fuck?" This guy's like having 50,000 volts go for him, but nothing. Like, the guy's still
Yeah,
chatting.
you seen the one dude that's like saying like in Jesus Christ, and he just fucking breaks free from the cops and fucking bails. Oh, dude, yeah, like, it's fucking wild. But yeah, that's shit. But like, yo, dude, you want to avoid the negatives. Like, never like, or like, you wouldn't, you just like, even like couldn't like try to avoid those things in a certain sense, unless it's like, or like, wouldn't that be a denial of equal protection? You know, or not? You know, wouldn't is good, but like can't, don't. You know, that negative for something like it's just you got to find the way to push a positive negotiation on them. I'd love to get out of the vehicle and give you all the pot that's sitting in my lap that you can clearly see, so long as you have a genuine accusatory charging instrument for my inspection, right?
Right,
'Cause if you don't
never the hint of not applying, not
that
applying
negative. Unless it's like, unless you're going to pose a question like, wouldn't that be a denial of equal? Do you mean to tell me the judges wouldn't understand the difference between a crime and an infraction? But like you wouldn't want to say, I can't do that. I'm not going to do that. I won't do that.
If I'm obliged, yeah, for sure.
Like, yo, let's say, like, here's the thing, right? Let's say, like, you're a fucking blind person and fucking, like, you've got sunglasses on with a hat that says, I'm fucking blind. You know what I mean? But the cop says, fucking, you know what I mean? Did you see the fucking thing back there? You know what I mean? You wouldn't even want to say no. You'd want to say, sir, can't you tell that I'm blind? Like, you know what I mean? You wouldn't want to answer the question, no. You'd rather pose the positive question, can you not tell that I'm blind? Like, if you say no, it's like you give jurisdiction immediately. Immediately, dude. As soon as you say fucking no, it's like in the judge's eyes, it means they can rip you out of the vehicle and do whatever they want right there. And from my estimates and the way that I play the game anyway. It may not be that fucking severe, but that's the way I approach it.
Yeah, and they're looking for acquiescence from you. So yeah, if you can do that, but then it's like a keto.
Well, like, yo, it's like this, right? Think of it like this. How many fucking people do they say get in the back of the car and they just get in the back of the car, dude? They don't say anything. They don't do anything. They don't even say over my objection under threat, duress, and coercion. You know, they don't say, they just fucking lowered. That's acquiescence. You got in the back of the vehicle right there. Like, I remember, like, I was in jail and fucking they're walking me in between rooms. And my whole thing was like, I'm not going anywhere unless you got your arm on me. I will do what you say and take, I will say what you want and I will do what you want, say what you want, so long as you put your arm on me. So long as you're pulling me there. You know what I mean? Like, so long as you know that you're making me do this. And I remember I was walking through this between this like fucking heavy ass door, right? And like, so this guy walks me like halfway through the door and lets go of my arm. Well, I fucking just froze. I stopped like a cog in the wheel, bro. And the door just hit me in my fucking forehead or whatever, you know what I mean, on my shoulder. And I just sat there and he was like, for real? And I was like, my thing was I conditionally accept your offer upon proof of claim. I'm not the priority security interest holder, being especially not generally mere the moving party presenting a genuine accusatory charging instrument for my inspection or upon proof of claim that failure to provide that instrument wouldn't be a denial of equal protection due process of law. And I would say that at every fucking turn. And fucking, you know what I mean? Or at that time, I was like, I'll do what you say, what you want, and do what you want me to do, so long as you got your arms on me, so long as you're forcing me to do it. Basically, is what I'm saying. And that when I come up, because I don't belong there. I don't just go along. You know what I mean? Like when they take your arm and you just be like, "Oh, okay, we're going down to the mess hall. I wonder what they have for lunch." No, dude, I don't belong here. You know what I'm saying? Like, do you have a genuine accusatory charging instrument? Where's the fucking judge, dude? Where's somebody with the capacity to understand what the fuck I'm talking about? Because the judge is your best friend. They're the smartest motherfuckers in the land. They may fucking rape, pillage, and do all the rest of the people. But when you come with the code, they just fucking. It's like Pirates of the Caribbean, dude. Parlay, man. Parlay. Where's the fucking judge? You know what I mean? And everybody goes, and then when somebody goes, well, we're not going to honor your parlay. That person dies, right? Like in let's say the movie, like in the Pirates of the Caribbean, the one guy says, "Oh, fuck the code," and then Keith Richards hits him with a knife from across the room, and the guy just fucking dies because it's like nobody goes against the code. So even you, a petty, you know what I mean, or whatever, you're the fucking prodigal son. Come home, man. They want you to come home, but they're gonna shit test you the whole way because they're, how many people have come in my name? You know what I mean? And I'll say I don't know you, right? So the judge is the test, man. Where do you live? Don't I live in my body, bro? You know what I mean? I'm not going to say that. I might even open that up in the courtroom. I might have fun with it if I'm pissed off at the fucking police or some shit like that. You know what I mean? And I'm angry and I got righteous indignation. And I'm ready to assert my fucking liberty. The judge appreciates that too. Judge, don't I live in my body? And what's that got to do with it? Am I not the priority security interest holder appearing specially to discharge the instrument? Where's the fucking instrument? Or upon proof of claim that you didn't overstep the bounds and fail to provide the instrument, and now you owe me the dismissal of the charges, or it's agreed that you owe me some money, Judge. Because it's a technicality, and that technicality is fucking huge. And we don't understand it. We don't ask for it. Like I've said before, you go to a restaurant, have the dinner with your girlfriend, and the fucking chef comes out and says, you got to wash the dishes or you can't go. What's the first thing you guys would say? What's the most logical thing to say, guys?
I would say I didn't agree with it. You asked this question before, and I thought you said I gave a good answer, but I don't remember what I said. But I would.
How about this? How about this? Let me clarify this. There's only one fucking answer. And when I tell you the fucking answer, you're all going to go, oh, yeah, that's the right answer.
I'd say sure. I'll do the dishes if I'm not paying.
Okay, well, no, but okay, fine. So then now he's gonna make you just wash dishes and you can't leave. You know what I'm just saying? Like you're not there to wash dishes with your girlfriend.
No,
What's
but if
you're on a hot date, you're trying to go home.
Yo. What's the only appropriate fucking thing to say? Every one of you knows what the appropriate thing is to say.
I would say that's not the deal. I feel like we did this before.
Okay,
and
that's
I
a negative. Now hold on. No, hold on. Now we're back to that. Hold on. Now we're back to that's not the deal. What did that guy just say?
He said, "Wash the dishes or you can't leave." I would say that's not how this works.
Give me the bill. Now, and see, even that's not nice enough. But you're right. Excuse me. Isn't there a bill? Where's the bill? And if you don't give me the bill, then wouldn't you agree that you'd be trying to kidnap me right now and get me to do forced work for you, dude? Where's the bill? And if he just goes, I don't know what you're talking about, and makes you wash dishes, i.e., throws you in the back of his vehicle because he doesn't know what you're talking about, a charging instrument.
I would tell him you clearly don't know how restaurants work.
Well, you could say that too. You don't even know how bread works, and you work at a restaurant. Fuck you.
Yo, bro, I say fuck you, son. I smack that bitch in the fucking face. I smack
you
the
see what I'm
taste out
saying,
of
man?
it.
Like that thought process. What was it?
No, man, I'll just slap the white off his face.
There you go. That'll work.
What if he's
whatever?
What
you
if
know,
he's
that's the
black?
response.
Whatever.
Oh, you want me to wash your dishes, bitch? Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make more dishes dirty, and then I'm gonna make you wash them because I'll be leaving.
How about this? Yeah, you could be like this. How about this? Fuck you. I'm gonna be the cook.
There we go. Now you wash the dishes. I'll make the food.
Yeah. You know what I mean? But yeah, like that idea of like not posing things in the negative, always posing the forward question of what is pertinent and what is relevant to what you're dealing with. And
Yeah,
like, there's
don't say not or don't. Don't say not or don't or anything. Just say fuck you, because fuck you's not in the. It's not saying no
right,
in any
right.
way.
Just stick your middle finger up and just fucking
That's right.
just roll your window up.
It's actually an affirmative. It's not the
Yeah, yeah.
negative.
No, it's pretty like, I thought I was saying something. I thought I was asserting my rights here. But like, no, I don't think that's going to work out. You're going to definitely go see the judge if that happens. But there's ways
Right.
to get around from even going to see the judge or having to go to jail and like, like I've dealt with the officers. Dude, I went with the officers when I was learning with this shit and didn't know, but even still kind of learned more than fucking anything in my life. It's so valuable to me. But then I fucking got pulled over with the officers and I knew what was up and I didn't get arrested. And actually, they all shook my hand and I still had fucking like 2 ounces in my truck and smelt like pot, like you cannot fucking believe. Do you know what I mean? Like, but they just knew that they weren't really interested in going down that road because they may have agreed to, like, me filing a UCC1 in the county that they lived in, you know what I mean, for deprivation of rights under the color of law. And they got, for making a stop without probable cause of a crime having been committed. He goes, "You were speeding." And I was like, "Do you mean to tell me one of the honorable judges in this county doesn't know the difference between a crime and an infraction?" And I was like, "And I'm going to need the dash cam footage." You know what I mean? Like, because I'm just stacking it up on them because we have so many rights. We just don't know how to exercise them. And we don't have the language to entertain. We don't look, man, you need language in order to think. Do you know what I mean? Like, language helps you think, man. Like, and we don't have the right definition on the words to be able to think properly about these fucking wild ideas that the good Lord has laced this life with. You know what I mean?
You kind of made me want to talk about something, but it's a bit off topic.
Go
It's
for
more like language with pictures, right? For people that had languages like
Fucking
that weren't-
hieroglyphics?
Yeah, like, but how would people like that think? They wouldn't think in words, would they?
Well, no, but
Before
I
we
don't
get
think.
off topic, can I just commend Issa on actually getting his mic sorted out?
Dude, what's so fucked up is like I'm using the same mic and I'm just hanging out in a quiet room is pretty much all it is, I think.
Good
But
to hear
thank
your
you.
voice again.
Thank you. I'm glad you appreciate my efforts. But yeah, no, language, dude. Like that's interesting, right? That is an interesting thought. Like how, but see, I don't think
How
like
do
the
they think?
written word. See, but here's the thing. Hold on. The written word, like like letters and shit like that, always translates, whether it be a pictogram or whatever the fuck it is. It translates to words that are the kind of whatever the language is of the people. You know what I mean? And then however deep. This is why English is so interesting because English is one of the most precise languages. This is what's so fascinating about it. It's very precise. There is no like ambiguity, or there can be no ambiguity. There can be as much ambiguity as you want, and there can be as much intricacy and detail as you want.
Yeah.
And that's what I've heard from people who speak other languages. You know what I mean?
You find it
We can
really
this
weird.
we can
Sorry,
handle
go on.
this like some gentlemen, or we could get into some gangster shit, partner.
Don't you find it weird also how English
Fucking around. I'm
came
sorry,
from
Issa.
like
Hold on. I wanted to clarify, or not. I just want to back up what Issa said. You need a language to think. It's funny because when you're thinking in the English language or whatever language you fucking have, and that's crazy to think about, right? If you didn't have a language, how would you think to yourself about stuff? What would you say to
right.
yourself?
That's
Right,
like I'm
man?
saying.
Crazy.
When you think in pictures.
Well, this is why like vocabulary. Like for me, like my mother was really insistent on vocabulary. Um, and I'm so thankful for it because it gives you the deeper well of ways to think and to say things and to way like there's more humor once you have a more vocabulary because you can say vulgar things without saying a vulgar word. Do you know what I mean? And you could dance around, and that's what I've always appreciated is that elevate. That's what's funny to me is like elevated. That's high comedy to me, like that elevated language about crass things, maybe, or about you know what I mean, difficult things. And that's what is
But
possible when you have a mastery over a particular language. I would suppose any language, really.
would you not also say that words are kind of a middleman though for the picture, which will be at the end? Do you know what I mean? So pictures is almost like even quicker, you know, and it's like to the point, whereas words.
Yeah, but it's not as specific. It's too
Right,
open-ended.
yeah.
It's like, you know what I mean? Like if I give you like, and even text itself, it's like, and this is the difference. It's like if you see an emoji, like emojis are our hieroglyphs. So like, you know what I mean? Let's see, like, you know, if you just
Yeah.
see like a bunch of emojis, like that doesn't, you can kind of walk through it and try to make sense of it, but you know,
Well, it goes with time though. Like if you were to actually dedicate talking in emojis for a year, I'm
yeah, but
pretty
like,
sure those people would understand each other after a year, you know?
oh, for sure. You can make a language almost of anything if people spend enough time to, I mean, you can code, that's like
Right.
coding, or you know what I mean? Like any kind of code. You know what I mean? Any kind of cipher, you know what I mean? That you're going to try. Like even our alphabet, though, is like akin to the hieroglyphs, even. Do you know what I mean? But it's just almost like that's, you know, our alphabet, man. Our alphabet is interesting as fuck. You know, the English language alphabet. It's funny. Do you know what the Christmas alphabet is? Do you know how many letters are in the Christmas alphabet?
The Christmas alphabet.
Yeah.
I didn't know there was a Christmas alphabet.
Yeah. Check it out. 25, because Noel, 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 Noel.
I noticed kind of joke. I couldn't figure it out though before you said it. I was trying to figure it out. I was thinking reindeer or something. I don't know. Good one though.
Yeah, man. But yeah, I love that idea.
Yeah,
Like,
that was funny.
how you need like language to think. You know, or like, you know, like language. Like, you think of it, if your vocabulary is limited, or your ability to specify thoughts is limited, and it's kind of like same thing with your vibe, because where is your mind thinking of things? Where is it taking it? What avenue are you going in? You know, is it upliftful? Like that's the beauty of giving thanks to the God, man. Is that the idea is that immediately brings your attention to like the elevated things in the world, and I would hope makes one grateful, and that's elevates your thought, your language. You know what I mean? Like
Are
it's
you
sensitive.
interested in how it became English as well, though? Because I watched this video the other day. I chucked it in the chat, and it's just so random how English came to be. If you know what I mean, like it's such a mixing pot of like, you know, mainly Danes, obviously all of the previous, you know, Britannic peoples, and a lot of French. You know, there's the Latin element that's been added to it as well. Like actually, Old English is so far away from what English is now. It's ridiculous. It's crazy. Like we wouldn't understand Old English.
Well, I think what's interesting, it's like it's the language of Shakespeare. You know what I mean? Like it's the language of, you know, significant art. You know, I don't know. There's something that, I mean, some people have said it's like a, you know, a magical fairy language. Do you know what I mean? Like English is interesting, man. You know, and it takes in so many, it absorbs everything so beautifully.
I fear ye not.
You know. Is be ye not conformed to the world, right? Be ye transformed by or be renewed by a continual transformation of the mind. I love that.
Well, language confounds reality.
Yeah, fuck language.
No,
just kidding.
Not what I meant. But but I mean, I see what you're saying. So reality exists regardless of language, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Language is a way of us to communicate certain things, but arose by any other name to mention Shakespeare, right? The thing exists regardless of the name. The thing exists regardless of the ability to describe it with language.
Well, yeah, you know what's interesting is, like, you know, in the beginning there was the word. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, sound is everything. That was just literally segueing into what I was going to say. Is it Hebrew? One of those old languages. Like when you actually say it, it's like it creates the cymatic vibration. Like it moves matter.
Sound. I mean, yeah. Think of it like it uplifts people, man.
Okay, whenever we get dead air like this, I'm just gonna plug my wife's YouTube channel. Everybody go subscribe to Sterling Resin for memorials for our loved ones who've lost their meat suit. That's Sterling Resin YouTube channel. Check it out. And thanks to everybody that subscribed today. Really appreciate it.
If you chuck a video into Livestream 2, it won't get swallowed up by everyone chatting, so it will stay there for quite long.
Oh no, that's why I just keep plugging it. I did put a link a long time ago. When I get off work, I'm gonna post some links again. But it's really easy if you just go to even Sterling Resin Facebook page, sterlingresin.com, I think as well. And there's free shipping when you get a bookmark.
Yeah, reposted
It's all custom. It's all custom made, which is really cool.
I'm going to check it out right now, Rob.
Thanks, SC. You're the man. Are we getting a live Issa or a live Buster song?
Oh yeah, now
I
that
hear a
Buster's
guitar.
here, I say it
I hear a
again.
guitar.
You guys should get together, Buster and Issa.
Right? Wouldn't that be a good deal?
Yeah.
Dang.
Except Issa's got to get a mic, something sorted out.
Can you hear that at all?
Hit him with the moon
Yeah,
bleep.
sounds great.
Hit him with the moon bleep.
Hit him with the moon bleep. She walks among us in the rain. You can tell me there'll be sunshine again. She take the food right from the plate. Steal the crumbs that you wanna save. She take your moon and your stars away. So many miles, so many miles away. Trillions of miles. She take your moon and your stars away. When she thinks about I'll just go round, put it on me, an opportunity. Read another mysteries down the road to misery. Weave a little bit of fantasy. It's really what it seems like to me. You should take your moon and your stars. She take your moon and your star. When your baby looks so nice, they even want to come and ask your price. When you're lost on the avenue with broken dreams and attitude, they'll even want to change your face. And at that point, baby, what's left to fake? Should take your moon and your stars. 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 Not today. You never get my moon stars. No. Not today. You never get my moon and my little young stars. Yeah, she didn't pick that one. Beep. Is it really true? Is it really too much? Yes, when it depends. Investigation to north to south, circumpolar navigation. 'Cause I don't feel alright. Going to bed tonight with your satellites go crashing down, crashing down. Too much. Investigation to your moon landing and your space station. Said I don't feel alright. No. Said I don't feel alright. Going to bed tonight with your satellites go crashing down, crashing down, crashing down. Ooh. You're too much. Hey. Yes, investigation, TJFK assassination. Said I don't feel right. No, 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 no. And I don't feel right. Going to bed tonight with your sunlight crash now. I need some lights in this fucking room, man. Let's see. Futures. Many are futures. Even the angels don't know time. Many are futures. Even the angels don't know time. Hold on. This I'm not going to be able to have anybody. Alright, I gotta leave. I'll be back.
Check. What's up, guys? What's up? How we doing? What do we got? Anyone got anything good? I'm telling you guys, man, the Casimir effect could have some link to gravity. Possibly.
What's gravity?
The reason why solids fall down generally.
I would call that relative density disequilibrium.
I know, I've made that argument a lot.
It's not a magic word.
What's up?
Yeah, it's not a magic word. It's an actual phrase that makes logical sense.
No, that's definitely a thing, and that's definitely the reason why things go up and down. But I feel like there's got to be something else, though. I've made the relative density argument so many times, bro. I've done very well with it, but in the end, after all this time, I feel like there's got to be something else. I don't exactly know why, but I feel like there's got to be something else.
All right, well, I'm going home now, so I'll just be listening.
No doubt. I mean, bro, I fucked these guys up arguing relative density. But after all this time, I don't know. I just don't know. Like, why down? If I don't know. There's got to be something going on other than that. I mean, if that's just like a law, like that's the law, relative density disequilibrium law, I guess.
Like we accept laws without having causes for them.
They don't even know what a law is. If you remember the other day,
Oh my
they think
dude,
you
I've
can
been
change laws, make laws, change.
I've been in so many convoluted conversations about laws and theories and shit, and yeah, people don't really know the difference. I mean, I've heard some weird shit from you know what I mean, SE.
Yeah, some of them are putting them on spaceships lately. I hear. Yeah.
That's some weird shit. Yeah.
Where Kosho came up with that one, man, and why he repeated it. I mean, good on him.
And Kosho loves this shit, bro. These guys love. Yo, I just typed this in another somewhere else. I was like, Globers love flat Earth. They love this shit.
I want to have a word with my buddy Blue on this, and what are his professional thoughts, engineering thoughts on this? How viable is it? And I'm trying not to laugh. And how will it protect the radiation? Like, how thick does it have? Like, do you need one coating?
How much
Two
poop?
coating?
Yeah.
Is it like paint?
No, there's no realistically, like, there's no reason why you would do that. You would just bring the amount of water they needed to drink, and you would toss the poop or whatever.
It's unbelievable. They wrote a paper.
I think what it is that the astronauts do so much meth that they've got that extra crystal protection from radiation. So they're
It's got to be
There's so
something.
many problems with the poop wall. I mean, I don't even know where to start.
Just the fact that it was allowed to be put out. I mean, at this point, they're laughing at these people, but they just don't realize it.
Now, why would NASA ever come out and be like, "Yeah, we're considering this, or we did consider it," or somebody like that's not even something you would be like, "Yeah, some guy at our office brought this up." Like, no, you would never come out and say that.
And if it slipped out, you even fire the person that let it out. Like, what do they call the publisher? Who's the one in charge that lets the stories out?
I'm sure as soon as you work there, you got an NDA. Like, I don't know. Does the janitor have to sign an NDA?
Yeah.
Maybe the janitor is the one that thought of this.
You might see some important, I don't know, formula written on a blackboard while you're cleaning, no? You can't let that stuff out.
No, you
know what I mean?
Yeah, you could see someone's computer screen or a file or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would assume that even the janitor, because the janitor's got to get in all the rooms.
Yep.
Like, yo, who's gonna clean it? The scientist, the rocket scientist, the secretary. Like, who's gonna clean? It's got to be the janitor.
Yeah, that's your most vulnerable person.
I got
Listen up.
keys to the whole building. There's not a room I can't get in. I can get on the roof,
Exactly.
the basement, every room, bro. I got the master key to all the locks.
Except maybe one room they won't let you in. Do you have the keys to the computer room?
Every room, bro. There's not a room,
Even the
dude.
computer
Every room
room.
has to get cleaned. The computer
Yeah, but
room's got to get
usually they
cleaned.
keep that for themselves a lot of times.
It's got to
They
get
won't
cleaned,
even
bro.
let the cleaner in there. Yeah.
No, they got to get cleaned.
Yeah, but usually
You
they
can't have
do
a
it
room and not
themselves.
clean it.
Bro, listen to me. A lot of times they won't let you in that room. They don't let people in the IT room because that's their most vulnerable spot right there.
I'm telling
Even
you, bro. The
and not
janitor.
security, right? Let's say you're cleaning and you pop a cable or something. That could cost them like millions of dollars. You know what I'm saying?
I'm telling you, bro. I don't know of anything. I mean, in the White House, what do you think that there's rooms? The janitor who cleans the Oval Office? Secret Service guys got the last. Like, dude, the janitor's got the keys to all the rooms, bro.
Oh yeah, did you hear about a couple White House chefs died suspiciously? Yeah.
Yeah, I heard about that. They drowned or something. One of them drowned.
Yeah.
I heard they found this suspicious white powder.
Well,
Don't
they
tell me
don't
you
call
guys
it the
didn't
White
hear
House
about
for
that.
nothing.
You guys didn't hear about the cocaine
They
and that
found
they
coke.
found in the White House?
They found coke in the White House. Yeah.
Yeah.
Bro, some of them people be working like 20-hour days and shit. I'm sure it's not the first time coke's been in the White House.
Well, they're saying it's a particular person. They're saying there's no way it could be the prez, right? Because he's half asleep. No,
Oh
maybe.
yeah, if he's on coke, bro, he's got fucking issues. I know, right? It's definitely not Biden.
So they're saying it's maybe the son. I'm surprised you guys haven't heard this.
No, we heard it. We went over that a few days ago.
I think Biden's been taking too much of it. Can't you see?
We went over this right when it happened. Yeah, the coke in the White House.
So the actor playing Biden's a cokehead, huh?
Yep. That's what they say now. Who knows, right? They also say the president of Ukraine was an actor and a cokehead. You know, that war that's supposed to be winning right now, but they're getting slaughtered. But the West thinks that they're winning. It's unbelievable how they turn things around.
They give you two untrue stories, and then you get to choose which untrue story you believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, what up, MP? Any perspective?
Yo, what's up, brother?
How you
Get
doing,
your
man?
mic fixed. Nice, sounds good.
Cool.
What do you think? What's going on? What I miss? Last time I heard, you were headed home. Get your mic fixed.
Oh, right on. Yeah. Yeah, man. Just chilling right now.
What's the next plan? What's the next stage of what's going on with Trump?
I don't know. Yeah, you see a picture of Donald Trump's chef?
No.
He's like this huge ripped motherfucker.
Oh
Fucking
yeah.
diesel. Fucking yeah. Kind of like I saw something. It was like, side note, this is Donald Trump's chef. And it's like this fucking
Part-time bodyguard. Part-time
right. Fucking right.
chef.
Pretty funny. Pretty cool.
You still think they're gonna put him back in office?
Oh yeah.
Seems like
He's got
that's the plan.
I think he's gonna hold them all accountable too.
Oh man, it's gonna be such a ripper.
I hope so. Be awesome, man.
It would be the most outrageous
I
thing
don't think
in half people's minds, and
I
the
think
most
it's
awesome thing the other half.
well. I think it's gonna be a little more lackluster than people think, but at the same time, I think like I'm all about, or like I've said about the discharge. That's what has to happen.
Yep.
This is a
Right.
movie. This is a movie that coincides with the real banking system, and this is how they're gonna do it.
I would love it if that's the case. I mean, the China
I think
virus.
so.
Right?
Yeah, I think so, because the thing is that think about it like this: they acclimated people that when Trump gets in office, the economy does well. Well, if like if things happen and things are discharged and whatever for whatever banking reasons, they fucking that'll give impetus for people to just accept that when Trump's in office, the economy does better.
And
Well,
they're probably going to make it a lot worse for the next year or
the
so
most
until that
loyal
happens.
Then he'll know who'll become president.
Well, yo, real quick before we get to that, real quick, but yo, think of it like this, man. If you knew that the thing was going to be discharged, they'd max out the line of credit, right? Because there is no fucking end to the
Right.
line of credit, so they're going to max it out.
That is the only thing that would make sense. Yeah.
Right. And that's why they're
You've been
taking
saying it a long time.
Yeah, man. It's the hidden story in the mix of the whole thing that nobody knows about. That runs the whole thing, in my estimates. From what I studied, that's the meat on the bone. If anyone starts talking about supply and demand or Ludwig von Mises, they still don't get it. As much as I love von Mises.
So the Jubilee is going to be tied into it? The Jubilee is going to be tied into this too?
I think it's just, I mean, it sounds too wacky for normies, man. I can't even really say it anymore. But yeah, I think it's just this Jewish banking system. It's this 3 terms of 70 years contracts, and at the end of the 3rd term in between nations, there's this Jubilee that happens because they can't. It's just part of. It's like 7 years for fucking individual kind of a thing. There's reasons that these are or whatever. There's like 7 for bankruptcy or whatever, and then they wash your debt, right? If you look at it in that way, and some people do. However, like when it comes to the discharge of the national debt, I think that's the backstory. That's the backbone of the whole fucking thing, and that's why it's only going to be possible to go to a digital currency when that national debt is relieved. It's only going to make it more possible to do that because it'll take the strain off the dollar and what is money at this particular moment in time, and the fact that people have hidden obligations that they aren't even aware of, and that those obligations.
But they owe us. They owe us, right?
No, right. But I mean, but a lot of people don't see it like that. They just don't see it like that. So this, that to me makes more sense than anything other fucking possibility. There's no other plausible explanation for this chaos, man. And all the chaos and all the chaos just comes from the people not paying attention to the details, and actually also us not having been taught some of these things. Like I had to get taught these things. Like you know what I mean. I didn't go through the books and find some. So I was these are breadcrumbs that you find along the way, and once you piece it together, it's like I love one guy I've heard talk about it. It's like the scripture says how the truth will come in sporadic and strange voices. Like, you know what I mean? I forget the actual scripture, but it's like, it'll come in oddly. And you put together this picture and this whatever, and it's just, to me, it's the only thing that makes sense. It's really logical.
I know, I've been using it. And the way you explain it, even people in here will be like, huh? Because they're not going to get that version. Like you're saying, they're going to say that they're going to squash the debt because everybody thinks China owns the debt, but China doesn't really own the debt, and that's a whole other thing. If you're like, huh, wait, they don't own the debt, but we're going to act like we're squashing it so that people that think that we owe it aren't going to think we owe it anymore, even though we never owed it. Is that right?
Yeah, that's how I see it.
And
okay. I mean, anywhere, anyone look at it like this. Just look at it like this. Look at any institution under the IMF is playing by these rules, and is keeping up the relationships, you know what I mean, between all the nations. So the story goes all the way across the world.
Right.
Yeah. What are the few that still don't have one?
You don't think we're going to have to cut down we're not the dollar? You don't think the dollar falling and all that's going to be a detriment to America? You think we're going to keep on top, or do you think it's going to be
I don't. Yeah, dude, I have no idea, bro. You know what I mean? What I mean is that it's like when Bitcoin and shit like that goes up, it means that the dollar is losing value, right? So when the hyperinflation that this is why this is why you have to know about personal discharge, in the sense that if they do hyperinflate it and we go into the nightmare scenario where it's troops are on the ground talking about, are you a U.S. citizen? And people are like, yeah. And they're going to be get in the back of the bus, get in the train, you know what I mean? Because they're the collateral on the national debt. That's the nightmare scenario. And the and that's also there too with the hyperinflation. That's why I discharge personally knowing how to do that is relevant. Forgive me.
But do you think that they'll go by just asking, are you a U.S. citizen? And your response is going to determine whether you get in the back of the bus, or Whether
No,
getting
I'm using that as a
yeah.
as
No, I know.
well, it's a real, I mean, it's a real thing, potential real thing in my eyes, because, dude, think about it. If you say you're a U.S. citizen, according to Maxwell v. Dow, which is fucking case law, U.S. citizens aren't protected under the first 8 amendments of the federal Constitution.
Right.
So when people talk about, oh, I'm a U.S. citizen, I got rights, it's like, bro.
But isn't it either you are a U.S. citizen or you're not according to
Well,
paperwork, or is
no,
it
it's
what
not
you
though.
say?
No, it's never like that. It's like trying to tell somebody to like register your car in like the first person.
Right. You have a U.S. citizen.
Right.
Right.
You have a
Yeah, I
citizen.
like
You have a citizen like every other person under the IMF has a citizen. Every other person in the IMF, this system is the same thing across the fucking board. And it serves anyone well to study the U.S. code and understand like Title 18 and shit like that, because it does apply in your nation. If it's involved with the UN, if it's any of that, like you have those rights. You do have those rights, and you have the unlimited right to negotiate always.
So how would you respond if they ask, "Are you a U.S. citizen?" I have a U.S. citizen, or would you say I'm a priority interest
Nah, man,
holder?
come on. I've told you that 1,000 times. You know the line.
And for everybody else.
Well, like, you know what I mean? The line, you know, it's just like, yo, it's like, is it a crime to be a U.S. citizen?
Exactly.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's the first fucking question. You know what I mean? Because that's what you want to determine, and that puts them in a, like, you know, and then the next question is it a crime to love JFK, apple pie, and fucking,
Landing on the moon.
and the Yankees and fucking Buzz Aldrin? You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, is it a crime to love them? You know what I mean? Is it a crime to like fucking, celebrate the 4th of July? You know what I mean? Like, but you'd say, but anything but, yeah, anything but yeah, I'm a U.S. citizen.
Is it a crime? Is it a crime to question the moon landing? Is the question, right?
Well, no, it's
That's
obviously not.
going to make
That's
it
the
a
cool
crime.
part. Yeah, that's what's the cool part is that you've got like what you have is these like, I mean, I don't know, I don't want to be going too rough, but the only way I feel like explaining it is you have this like noodle-necked, parasitical fucking group of people that are trying to subvert the acquiescence of the people who don't know their rights. And the only reason they've been shut down at every turn is that everything that they try to do is fucking unconstitutional, and our judges block it.
Yep.
Whether it be fucking mandates to fucking moon landings. That'd be a good name for an album. Mandates to moon landings.
Or a book.
Right?
Yeah, it seems like supposedly they're just pretty much admitting that, the whole thing that we went through wasn't really what we were told. What's going to happen there?
See,
I mean,
remember,
you can blame
man.
it on China, but then you have to pretend it was all real.
Nah,
Right?
remember though, they're also trying to sow distrust and hatred to the United States.
Right.
And that's why you can't pin your patriotism on the fucking moon landing.
Right.
This goes, like I said, it's like those noodle-necked people have tried to fake something that is ridiculous. And they're going to get outright called for it, and then they're going to try to put the flag on it. And people are going to try to make people hate the United States, when in reality, we're the last fucking place left with like God involved in our fucking God, in God we trust.
Yeah, they're going to have to do like some kind of official, like, this is the reason we're going to blame China. We're going to squash the debt. We're going to, rise above this dollar falling digital currency, maybe. God bless America. Best
They
case
want
scenario.
everyone. Remember, they want everyone to burn it down. That's their goal. Is to have everyone burn it down, hate the United States, and join the UN. So you have a declaration of human rights, not rights from God.
And that's kind of where they're headed still, right? It seems like.
Oh, dude, that's the Fabian goal right there, man. Come on.
Right. So, that's the thing. Which way is it going to go? Is it all, is it all like just a worry that it's going to go that way, but then Trump steps in and business as usual? Or what? Very interesting. He's pretty much like ahead in the polls, like hands down still, right? There's no other challenger that even seems like. Do you think they're going to try to do like a RFK supplement for Biden, or is that just like a side thing? And he's gotten called out on so many little things that he said that like I don't think that the Dems are really going to go like full force with him because he's conspiratorial tag now. Did you hear his comment about that the virus was like targeted towards certain races? Nobody can stand to listen to that guy, regardless if they plan on using him. People will not watch, dude. His voice is so annoying. He even said he can't stand listening to himself.
Yeah, it sounds like he's got like a bad connection.
Right?
Yeah.
It's aggravating. It's painful to even watch or hear.
Yeah, you can imagine. Yeah, and do State of the Union address. I don't
Yeah,
think anybody
exactly.
can.
Right? It would be like, okay, turn it off. Turn it off. Can't stand it.
Makes you feel sick actually listening to it. Makes me feel sick.
It really does. Yeah.
But yeah, we all know. I mean, yeah, Biden's not going to be the guy though, right? They're going to have to. That's where the circus is going to happen, right? When they. I don't know. Do you think Biden's going to run? Yeah, or walk?
I don't know. I thought they were planning on having him run. I thought he was. I don't know.
You see the shit with Mitch McConnell?
No.
Just freezing.
No. Was it another?
He's just in the middle of. He fell a couple days ago, and then he was given an address at maybe at the Capitol or something like that, and he just stopped talking.
Oh,
Just
really?
mid-sentence and just like stared off into nothing. Yeah.
They're like teasing at that. I think that some of that's intentional stuff. Like, oh, he must be a clone, or they must have him mind controlled.
Would you clone that guy? Well, I don't know. I guess it could be a couple different ways, like, yeah.
That guy, Mitch McConnell, he's always been weird. He had some weird like facial stuff going on when the whole January 6th psyop happened.
Yeah. I just feel like in light of this stuff with Mitch, and it's like, I don't know, maybe people reconsider, whether or not it's a great idea to reelect Biden. You don't necessarily want to have you don't want to force the situation where you have to have the VP take over, right? Because the president can't complete sentences anymore. You don't want to push it too far.
I don't know what you mean. What are you saying now? You don't want to have him
Look, if you run a senile
get back in
president
office
already, that's cool.
Yeah.
It's fine to run a senile president, we can do that. But
right,
one that like could freeze up, like Mitch McConnell. You know what I mean? Maybe it just like makes people think. Like I don't know. Maybe he's just maybe it's a little too old. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Well, that's what everybody thought the first time, you know. So, I mean, I think it's all scripted, no matter what they do. So, it depends on what the script calls for. They can make it seem like anybody won if they made it seem like he won. They made it seem like he got more. Well, we're not even supposed to talk about that, but yeah.
Nah, you know what's interesting is the government has like an injunction against them from censoring people, which is kind of intriguing.
They have what? Government has what?
There's an injunction against this administration for censoring
really?
people. So that's why, if you notice, it's kind of
Oh,
interesting that as soon as that injunction almost went into play, or right about before it, YouTube, I think YouTube changed their terms of service in regards to the medical stuff and the election stuff, because they are out of bounds and out of fucking pocket to fucking try to censor people. But if you notice, like, because it's all government funded, government oriented, YouTube and all that can't fucking accept those funds, probably be in breach of fucking government contracts and fuck up the whole administration.
Interesting.
You see that guy, I don't know his name, Daniel Goldberg. It's fucking, anyway, I think his name's like a congressman, New York. And it's funny, I think I've like seen him before. I feel like, I mean, I just watched a lot of videos of him. He's like an ardent, anti-Republican, like, you know what I mean? Just like down for the Hillary Clinton cause, like probably paid for, bought, sold, all the rest of it by that clan. And fucking, and he
does
went
look
after,
familiar.
he went after RFK and was calling him a conspiracy theorist and making accusations, talking about he's spreading misinformation, like fucking went ham on RFK and like tried to say like how like the bringing him as a witness was a disgrace, like he was a disgrace to his fucking family's name. Another senator said, he's like, and I a beloved family name, is Kennedy. So it's like they all milk it and pretend like they were fans of JFK. But yeah, fucking A. What a wild, who knows which way it's going to go. But I look at it like a big, like you put it well, the Kabuki Theater, like it's just a Skull and Bones play.
Yeah.
It's like a play from Skull and Bones, fucking laboratory. I don't know. Like, that's why I feel like all this shit is
Merry
kind of like,
pranksters.
hey, bro, right, the Merry. Well, that's my theory on that, too. That really is.
Yeah.
Like,
I
I
heard
have
you
to
say that.
say, that's the most legit theory I think I got going, is the idea that, like, all of NASA is just a bunch of, like, like, a bunch of students of Timothy Leary and, like, you know what I mean? And, like, the theater of the absurd. And they, like, got the government to give them $19 billion a year. And, like, and they're like, here, look at this picture. Like, it's the greatest hustle. It's the greatest hustle ever. They're like, oh yeah, it's a little grainy because the satellite's so far away. It's like they got every trick in the book, and they're just like, yeah, okay, here's another million. It's just, I don't know. And I feel like that's why I feel like like you get these dudes online, like here, like Xanax. I feel like Xanax is probably like a total psychonaut flat earther with like long hair and a ponytail, wearing a tie dye, like trying to get you to stop breaking the spell of flat earth, because he's like, no, we need this globe hustle going, and if people find out we're just a bunch of Timothy Leary absurdists, what do they do to us,
Right. Yeah, I think the government knows what's up, though. They're not fooled by anybody.
Oh, dude, the government created the
Or at
Grateful
least the
Dead,
people
bro.
in charge of
Hey, bro, the government created the Grateful Dead.
Right,
I mean,
exactly.
they know what's up, bro. They know what's cool, what's fucking not. I mean, they're hip to it all.
That's right. I was a major deadhead for a long time, so that was
I
a
still,
big blow.
dude. This is what makes me, dude. This is what makes me think the Illuminati aren't that bad. You know what I mean? Like, I'm kind of like,
Right? No,
hey,
you're right.
because you know what I mean. Like, in one sense, it's like, in reality, it's like you still have self-government applicable. You still have self-government. You still have the right to stick to the Bible and not go to the creepy house that you've been invited to. You know what I mean? Like there's a way to fucking not deal with the devil. You know what I mean? And there's a way to it's like I don't know, man.
Well, they like to consider themselves gods, and
Right,
they
and you
like
don't
to
have to
give it.
hang out with
They
them.
like to give
That's
it
the
and
point.
take it away, right?
Right, but the point is you don't have to hang out with them either. It's people who chase
Right.
that clout. People chasing the clout, man.
You don't have to hang out with them. Yeah. Yeah, I liked your pro-spiracy take on things. I've tried to do a lot of that, consideration myself, and it's a hard sell. I mean, it's not a hard sell, but it's hard. A lot of people don't like to hear it. They want to just say they're all evil, right? It's all evil, and there's no other way to look at it. But
Well,
I
what's the
think
line?
that
I love the line that breaks it down. It's like I love that cat Michael Cesarian. And I heard this line from him or whatever, but I don't know who it's from. But that idea of it's not that you were sold a lie. That's the real problem, because that's what people do is they start blaming the person that sold them the lie. But the real issue, the real mental leap of whatever is realizing that but you bought it. You know what I mean? Like you bought it. So there's nobody to blame. And that's the hardest pill to swallow. There's nobody to blame. That's you know what I mean? That's why I think that's the hardest part.
yeah. Well, it's a different level when you're like being coerced into, doing something to yourself so you can go back to work. That's where you really cross the line. And it's one thing if you're just going to take some money and say you're doing stuff in space, but another thing if you're going to say, nah, you're going to lose your job if you don't do this thing that you're not supposed to do. But yeah, like you and I have always talked about, I think they fake it poorly on purpose to give us the wink and the nudge, right? They make it so unbelievable. It looks so real, must be, or it looks so fake, it must be real. I mean, that's the gaslighting that is gives the thinking man the opportunity to decide not to believe it. And if other people want to believe it, go ahead. It's on you. I mean, they could take the money and do whatever they want with it. That's the thing. Like the whole thing about the NASA budget, they don't have to tell us anything or show us anything. They could just say it's a secret op program. We need this money for that. National security, top secret, whatever. And just do whatever they want. But instead, they're showing us all this stuff that looks fake as fuck for the show. It's not like we can demand what they do with the money if they defund NASA. They put the money wherever they want, put it in Space Force, whatever. I mean, they don't have to tell us anything, right? I don't know.
I just think of it, it's like somebody on a street corner, man. It's like somebody on a street corner telling you that that they can take you to where to show you where Bigfoot hunts bear. You know what I mean? It's a matter of whether or not you're like, really, he does? You know where Bigfoot lives? And the guy's like, yeah, I know where Bigfoot lives. You know what I mean? We'll go camping. It takes a while though, and you're gonna have to do some spiritual work because Bigfoot will only present himself when you're spiritually ready. Do you know what I mean,
Right.
bro? Bigfoot will present himself. You too can become an astronaut. You know what I mean? When you're ready, maybe. You know what I mean? But
all you gotta do is join the military.
But yeah, right. And but I mean, it's the same thing. Just fucking give me $20 and I'll take you camping. And if you're spiritually ready, Bigfoot will appear.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? He didn't show up. You must have ate too much beef this week.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or whatever. Must become,
You can't see
right.
it.
right? You know, you need to eat more vegetables or something. You know what I mean? Something gay. Fucking, you know, it's just that's how I look at it, man. You don't have to like follow. You don't have to follow them. They just provide this picture, and they're like, "Look, it's the whatever X972 galaxy out in, you know, out in over by the Dracos star system." You know what I mean? Like it's like
It's like there's a movie. It's like there's a theater, and the show is called Men on the Moon.
well, yeah, and
And
then
you got
check
people
it though.
signing up for it. The kids are loving it, and you got a guy standing out there going, "You know, it's fake. They're not really.
Well,
It's a
yeah,
play.
it's the
It's a
thing. Like,
play."
what's crazy is like, you know, that like, you know, they'll say all this outlandish shit, and then like they'll pull out a telescope and show you Jupiter and be like, "Yeah, that's how, you know what I mean? There's Jupiter. It's so cool. Follow me down the pathway of knowing what X972 in the Andromeda Galaxy is doing next week." You know what I mean? Like, you know,
Right?
it's just like, I think like, it's just, I mean, yeah, Jupiter's there. Jupiter's real. It's fucking a majestic thing to look at. If you've ever seen it through a telescope and shit like that, it's strange. You know what I mean? The planets are strange and, you know, they're awesome. And, you know, but then they just try to fucking go off the deep end with the story after you fucking, because they're the arbiter of the telescope or something. Usually it's like, you know, they just get to dictate whatever the fuck they want to tell you. And you don't have to believe it. It's the point. Nobody's forcing you or forcing anyone to believe it.
Right. And you
It's just
can
awesome.
read King's the Throne and figure it out for yourself if you really want to. That information's out there. It's available.
Well, yeah, I mean, but a lot of people don't even. I mean, shit, Gerard Hickson, man. You know, King's Dethroned. If people haven't read it, it's fucking. You know, it's a great book, man. Fucking George Orwell, man. I just love
You still
pointing to
got
that.
your recording of reading it, right? Didn't you read it? I know.
No. Cathexis did.
But
Cathexis
you
did.
read something else that was really good in a similar vein. What was it that I'm trying to remember?
I forget. I used to read Khalil Gibran. I read As a
Yeah,
Man Thinketh, and then
as a man, that's what I'm thinking. As a man thinketh.
and then yeah, and then I used to read from Idris Shah, which is like the Sufi mystics kind of stories, and they're fucking awesome. I used to love those
Right?
books. I love that book, Idris Shah. Like, you know, it's like Tales of the Dervishes, one of the greatest little collection of like little wisdom stories. It's fucking cool. And that's like, you know, even like where that's the kind of attitude I have even about any of the books is like the idea that there's like allegorical everything involved, and like our ancestors were rich with allegory and well versed in how to make their parables. You know what I mean? And then you've got like literalists that take it to be fucking history, and that is where you enter crazy town, in my opinion. You know,
Right.
once you start looking for fucking, you know, the Holy Grail and the fucking, you know, you're gonna prove that fucking Jesus was walking right here, like, you know what I mean? Like, dude, you lost the fucking plot.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. My
That's
fucking like, hold on, my shit's disconnected. Did you hear me at all?
yeah, I can hear you.
All right. Yeah. But that's, you know, and I get that from that kind of Sufi position of like the dervishes and like the tales of trickery that fucking enlighten people. You know
Right.
what I mean? But like, it's like, I've always thought of it like, you know, for like so like, I don't know, like chakras is the right thing, but like, how about this? For a material, yeah, this is how I just put it. For a materialist, you know, heaven is like gold and food and big houses. You know what I mean? And like, you know, all these like material, pleasurely things. So in order to teach enlightenment, they entice people with this concept of like heaven in a certain way, where it's like you know, these, you know, you're going to live in a castle and you're going to have everything is gold, and you know what I mean? Like, and I don't know you know, the afterlife. Like, I believe, you know, God knows, like, you know, I believe in the afterlife. I just don't know if we could even contemplate it. And like, I just think like it's like to the material, like I said, to the materialist, heaven is something material, and like, you
Right.
know, that's why everything is literalist, like material. Like, this is why, no disrespect, but even like as a slap in the face to my brothers out there who like are the Christians, like it's like, you know, like that, it's that materialism globalist tendency to want to fucking literalize everything.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's still it's inundated with globalisms to me.
Right. Because they get you dependent upon the belief rather than the deeper nuances of it. That
Well, they get you.
you
They
can
get you like they get you. Fighting for the shadow of something instead of the thing. You're fighting for the shadow of it. You're not fighting for the fucking ideals and the actual, structure of it. Instead, you're picking to argue on behalf of the shadow.
and get you to sacrifice your life, your present life, for the promise of the next. A lot of times,
Yeah, but that's also, in a way, it's like that is honorable, and I don't know, that shit's honorable.
Well, it depends. It depends on how you take it, what you do with it. I mean, just to say that nothing matters now might be part of the psyop. Is that you shouldn't worry about being poor, or you shouldn't worry about having disadvantages, or you shouldn't try to fight for yourself. You should just let things happen because God's in charge, and do this or do that, or you're not going to have an afterlife. You're not promised. You're not saved, right? You're not saved, and you have to make sure everyone else knows.
Well, I mean, I think like you can assert. That's the difference, though. It's not like about fighting, or just I don't know which way we were kind of going with it, but like I think it's like fighting, like there's like asserting one's rights and like accepting that like God made your hands for you. Use them. You know what I mean? Like if you can, there's a great hadith, from the Prophet Muhammad, like it said, like when you see a wrong in the world, you know what I mean, you should put your hands on it and fix it. And if you can't put your hands on it and fix it, you should talk about it. You know what I mean? Spread the word about it. And if you can't talk about it or do anything like that, then you should pray about it. And then it says that, but just to pray about it is the weakest of faith. I love that. Like the idea that like, yeah, like, it's beneficial for you to pray for it when you can't talk about it, you can't put your hands on it, but why are you being a bitch? Why are you not putting your hands on it, changing it, doing it? You know what I mean? Because that's the better faith. That's the better, you know what I mean? I don't know. There's something to that.
Yeah, there's. All the power's out. The place I was just about to go, all the streetlights are out in the busiest areas here out in Newport, where I'm at. It's crazy. Everyone's being pretty cool though. Everyone knows just stop. Let everybody go. Like treat it like a 4-way stop. Doesn't seem to be too many problems yet. They do have a fire truck headed down the other way, so maybe somebody got an accident. But the place I'm going isn't going to be open because the power's out. It made me think of like what they're going to do possibly with the internet thing. Like that's the whole other thing we might have to look forward to or figure out what they're going to do. And I was thinking like they did with the worst case scenario. Not to give anybody any ideas, but I'm sure they've already thought of it if it's going to happen. But what if they have like a second internet, like a 3.0 or whatever, and the big corporations buy into that, and like you can get on the secure internet that's not going to have any problems if we're attacked and the cyber attack happens, right? So like they can't shut down the whole internet. We know that, but they could transfer over some of the people that can pay for their secure spot, like the Walmarts and the McDonald's did when the pandemic thing happened. And then if you want to get into the secure internet, you have to pay a price, right? And then when they do the cyber attack psyop, then everybody's internet goes down unless you want to buy back in, right? You can still get on the internet but that's the secure internet that you can only so many places are available at this point just for security measures, and then pick it back up from there with the digital currency and everything else. I don't know. It's kind of a bummer to think about. But yeah, are they still going to do like the lights out thing? I don't know. That would be the only way I could think that they would do it with, keeping things somewhat operable. They can't have everything go down. But yeah, I mean, I can't even believe that we're like still walking around like there wasn't like the hugest crime committed with what happened with the small businesses. Like the second time was the worst. I mean, like to have to be told you need to shut down when you didn't really even have to, but you did anyway because you thought you were supposed to. And then if you stayed open, then you get like blackballed or blacklisted, right? Or if you didn't follow the guidelines that you were given with a face typer and all that. But then that was only like a couple months. They let people like reinvest their money and reopen their place, and then a couple months after that, they shut down again. That was like the double whammy. Oh man, I couldn't even believe it. I can't believe that people aren't up in arms still. I mean, what are you gonna do? But Jesus, that was just crazy. Still crazy when you think about it. Like a lot of people never recovered, still haven't. But on a lighter note, has anybody got anything lighter note?
Well, interestingly, I think the move is really, and this is where like, I mean, like if one had a business, let's say, and you had like were forced to shut down, or they tried to, the move would have been to notify them that, they're denying equal protection, they're denying fucking, all the rights and protections that they're
And some did,
abusing.
right?
And some, I mean, I don't know. But the point being, and I wonder if you couldn't even do it after the fact. I think you might even be able to, like, as far as I understand with contracts, because everything is negotiable.
Retroactively compensate.
Well, actually, I mean, not necessarily, but I'll introduce you to an idea called nunc pro tunc, which means now for them. So, like in law, you can essentially time travel, kind of, because let's say I had to have something into you by like the 18th, and it was the 22nd. I could write on my document nunc pro tunc, initial it if I were, wanted to notarize it or something, send it registered mail or something like that. If I wanted to make a point of it, I wouldn't really have to though. But I could put on it nunc pro tunc, for this particular date, for the 19th of September, or whatever it is, or whatever the date is, right? Even though it's the 22nd. If I send it to you and you don't object to it, in law, it is considered to have been accepted on the 19th, even though even all the dates are, the postage is on the 22nd, everything's on the 22nd. On that document, it says nunc pro tunc with your signature on it. That makes it now for then. And if they don't rebut it, it's considered to be, they've acquiesced. Because do you have the same rights to make them acquiesce as they do to you?
Right. And you've proven to yourself that you do pretty much, to some degree.
Yeah. Oh, for real. I really do believe it. Yeah.
Yeah, it means now and then. It's interesting. Nunc pro tunc. It means now for then. Generally, this refers to an action taken by court that appeals retroactively to correct an earlier ruling. Yeah. So retroactive compensation for whatever. I mean, that's the thing is if we if it's if they squash the debt or whatever, yeah, it has to be some kind of upgrade or upside for the regular public, right? If that happens, and I guess if they
Well,
think that
here's the thing, though, right? Remember, if you go get an attorney, the attorney is an agent of the court, essentially. Like you would have to bring a claim, uh, through your citizen potentially, or through title yourself as the priority security interest holder. Or let's say you had a business, you would title yourself the priority security interest holder, write a letter, you know, or like, you know, establish a relationship with them in the sense by writing a letter to the whoever, whatever appropriate branch it was, and be like, hey, it appears you may have, you know, violated my protections by, because the problem is this though, is that they didn't force anybody to shut. Mandates aren't law. People just followed along.
Right.
That's the problem, because they're going to turn around, and this is what there's a couple of people that have come out and said, like, we never forced anyone. It's like, what the fuck, you didn't? You know, the fuck that you didn't imply that you were enforcing it. They didn't come out and tell everybody, but essentially there was no law passed. So anyone who did it acquiesced, did it under the threat of fear. Fear violated their principles.
Right.
They used fear to
Technically,
get people to, yeah, they used fear to get, like, it's like we said about NASA. It's like somebody on the street corner saying, you know what I mean? You got to be spiritually, you know, give me $20, get spiritually ready. And if you're spiritually ready, we'll go hang out with Bigfoot. And then if you go and you don't hang out with Bigfoot, well, you didn't fucking get ready enough.
right. You didn't eat enough cheese. Yeah. So interesting. The information age, man. They really have a hold on things for seeming so chaotic. I mean, that's like I always say. I think anybody that's like a normie or whatever, like, you have to admit, like, getting people to believe that idiots run the world was their best move, right? And with the whole, you know, there's a couple things a while back I was seeing, like, they had some like seemingly official people start talking out about, like, well, if this was a deception, what kind of checks and guard systems do we have here? We really need to have people that are now in charge of the, you know, the who or whoever it is, like, that they have to be accountable. We're going to get the accountable people in, and like Fauci and these guys have all just been kind of set up as like the fall guys, I think, you know, the whole time. They have to have some fall guys. Have we heard anything from him? Fauci's kind of been MIA. Is that right? Last I heard. They even had David Spade and Dana Carvey doing like Fauci impressions and making fun of the whole thing recently. I thought that was like kind of a relief to see, like, they have some semi mainstream comedians actually calling it out right now.
Well, it's weird. Once they got that injunction, it feels like everyone kind of opened the flood, you know, started talking about it.
What was the injunction? Oh, the one you were just talking about? Biden administration's injunction?
Yeah, they can't communicate or, you know, whatever with the social networking groups.
Okay. That's great. Now, Trump's whole thing, this is one thing I always question about what might be headed our way with Trump. Like, his whole thing about the protection of the social media groups. He wants that to go away, right? Was it 105? Whatever the protection, the automatic protection of the YouTube and Twitter and all them, you know. So like the whole idea, right, is that they're automatically protected, and they can do it. That means that they can do whatever they want. They can say whoever they want is on their platform, and they could ban somebody like they banned him. But the other side of that was, if you don't offer them that protection, then they're going to have to, like, everyone would be responsible for their own content, right? You couldn't just publish on their site and be protected automatically. So then that would make everyone responsible for everything they do, and it'd make it even maybe worse for like the independent content creator.
I think. How about this? How about this? I think that was a red herring.
Okay.
Like, in a sense, to like set up so that everyone thought it was like a green light to be able to talk to the social networking groups and censor people in order so that we could come back now and sue them.
Yeah, because like the like the.
But I think
one of the
like that was. It sounds to me like it just between or whatever. It's just the idea that like like let's say it was like a red herring to like kind of push the adversary to do something like that. You know what I mean? To start communicating. Oh well, we could do that because we're protected. You know what I mean? Or who knows what? You know what I mean? And I don't think those are really valid protections, like censoring people, limiting free speech. You know what I mean? Like these are not. The rules are pretty simple. You know what I mean? You can't really censor people like that. And they've been caught doing it. And there's like emails between the social networking groups and the administration. So it's like they've been caught red-handed doing that. I don't know what's going to come of it, but
Well, that the worst case scenario, I've tossed around this idea. I think I even heard Whitsitt mention this idea. It would be like the whole double play on that would be like, okay, so Trump comes in, calls out fake news. I say it's scripted from the start of his administration, right? Like he calls out the fake news. So then eventually you get back to like, okay, now we've had so much fake news. We're going to call out the fake news, but now no more fake news means we're going to tell you what the real news is, and it's the official news. And it's like a militarized, this is the news. And then anything anybody says could be called fake news. So it'll like, make them responsible for everything they say. I guess that worst case scenario type thing. But
yeah,
they want it,
I could see, like, I mean, it's like I can see the anti-Trump conspiracy, if you will, even too. Like I could think all of the shades of this. I can think all of it through. You know what I mean? In the sense of like, because what people are ready to give unlimited power to Trump. Let's say, right? Not that Trump. That's the cool part about Trump is that he's not requesting it. He's sticking to the book. But at the same time, like if he were to have carte blanche, like some people would want, then that power transfers to the next fucking dictator. So it's like that's where the left foot, right foot totalitarian tiptoe comes from. Is that idea that like they all of a sudden it's one president saying all the right things for a certain group of people, and it looks like a backward step to the other party. You know what I mean?
Yep.
But then the other party comes in and then they take it and fucking run with it and take all the powers that were given to that president and advance their own agendas. You know what I mean? It's like it's just. But this is what's interesting with Trump is that he's come in. I mean, like obviously, whether or not they're supposed to hate him or whatever, I don't know. But I know just through life that there are certain like noodle necked fucking idiots that just like also like I've had people that just like I don't like you, and it's like yeah, I know we just don't get along. Get the fuck out of here then. You know what I mean? Like or what? Like I don't know. Like just people that have. It did like this. It's like there's people that as soon as they start talking, I'm like, oh my god, shut the fuck up. And I'm sure I sound like that to people. You know what I mean? So like there's just that, and that's where I could see like there's certain these noodle necked whatever the fuck they come out of the woodwork like I don't like what he said. He's mean.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like I don't know if I told you I was in this fucking bar like a little while back and like about a month or so ago, and I play some music and like become friendly with these lefty chicks that are there, and I'm having a good time. And they seem traveled or whatever, and I'm like, yeah, I'm just explaining why I was like leaving one spot and going to another, and I was like, I was at this bar and I was hitting on these two girls and was having fun, and I said to them, and I'm telling them this story, and I'm like, and I was gonna leave or gonna whatever, and I was like, so you guys love Trump or what? And they freaked out on me, like literally, like I've told you before, like they stood up, they fucking yelled at me on the phone. The craziest fucking thing. The craziest fucking thing. So like so anyway, like as I'm telling this story, I said to I get to the part where I'm like, so I said to these girls, like, so do you guys love Trump or what? And as I'm about to be like, yeah, and then they turned up and freaked out on me. This one chick goes, you don't think he would make a good president, do you? And I was like, oh my God. I'm like right back in the situation that actually the story I'm telling you about is about. And you're one of them. And now, and like, you know, so
Right.
like she's like, oh, you like Trump, and I'm like, well, he's not that bad, that kind of a thing, right? And fucking dude, all of a sudden I feel this I just feel this little punk, like standing next to me, like whatever, and oh my god,
Wants to throw down.
and like, well, no, dude, he was like, dude, he was no, fucking, at least maybe in his head he thought he was gonna save the world and be fucking Antifa that night.
Right.
But fucking, it wasn't going out like that. And but I go like this to him, because I was like, "Is there a problem?" You know what I mean? And he looked at me, he goes, "Nothing. No, there's no problem. I'm just monitoring the conversation." So it's like, you know what I mean? And I was like, "Oh my god!" And I literally put my hands in the air, and I was like, "I'm an artist." And I turned around and I walked out the fucking bar because I was gonna fucking knock him the fuck out, and like
Right. Maybe another day that would have happened. Probably.
Well,
Yeah.
I just felt like it wasn't my place to do it. I was just like, I just thought to myself, like, this is retarded.
Right.
Like, this is so retarded.
Right. Oh, they would have loved it. They would have loved it if you were like trying to like make some kind of
And
aggressive thing. That's what they wanted. They wanted that, so then you could prove yourself a Neanderthal.
Yeah. And that's what I just was like, I'm an artist, and I turned around and walked out. But like, but at the same time, like, those people exist. So like, it's like the fact that like when people try to say like, oh, this is a big skull and bones play, and they're making it so that everybody loves Trump, so that what I mean, or whatever it is, like, it's just weird because there are people that genuinely just don't like people, and like Trump's got a lot of them. It's like
Oh, but they're trained. They're trained to not like him. I mean,
how about this? Anyone who ever in their life would get popular is going to be disliked by a swath of society, man. There's nothing you can do about it.
Well, no, but it's intentional. I mean, he's the great divider. Intentional.
Well, no, but that's what I'm trying to get to. Actually, is this intentionally part? What I mean is that there are real people out. Like, I've argued with people online and been like, "This guy is a definite J-Trig shill," and then I've talked with friends in my real life who sound exactly like the person
I heard
that
you
I
say
thought
that.
was a
I
good.
know.
Like, you know what I mean? So like,
It's totally exactly what I went through.
So yeah, it totally fucked up my thought process about the people I was talking to online, and B, the depths of the mind programming. You know what I mean? Like the depths of, like, you know what I mean, to like hear the same tone, the same snarky fucking dickhead fucking like attitude about it, and like and it would amaze me. It's because it's like a lifelong friend. You know what I mean? So it's like I don't necessarily pin everything on fucking this everything is written. It's a big conspiracy thing. Although
I know.
I think
for me, I trigger people on both sides. I could trigger you or somebody else. Like one thing. My parents just out visiting, and I said one thing the whole time they're here. I said one thing that really got them mad, and it was just that something about Trump came up, and then Obama was in the conversation. I was like, well, at the end of the day, Obama and Trump are backstage, toasting champagne to each other. And oh man, like that, I could say anything to appease them. After that, it didn't matter because, like, you're just, you're calling out the kabuki theater. They don't want to see. They don't want to see this theater. They want their hate to be real.
Hold on, though. I don't necessarily think there's, there is like kabuki-ness to it, but I think there's also realness to it. It's like business, man.
Sure.
It's like powerful business people who are like war with this shit, and like, and it's just, that's just how I see it. I see it. There is a genuine struggle of the parent, although as like allegorical and flowery as we may make it sound, in the idea that there's this perennial necessity to fight for liberty, right? This perennial thing. It has to happen every fucking year, every day. It has to be maintained. Like, it's like your fucking lawn. Like, you need to fucking maintain it. And if you don't, maintain it, and you don't maintain those principles, then it's going to go to shit. And so, like, I do believe there is an adversary trying to like consume the republic, which is you, the private you. They want everything public. They want you to think you're this public entity. They want everything to be public. Put it on the blockchain. Make everything that you buy fucking public. So, like,
you will own nothing to be happy.
That kind of a thing. And I just think, like, that's the that's the realness of it. Like, it does exist in that sense, and it is evil. It will go to great lengths for power. Like, power corrupts. Absolute power corrupts.
Right.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
So, like, I just think the yearning. You know what I mean? There's people who, like. This is why Trump is interesting in the sense that, like, he's sticking, like, from what you could tell, it's like there's like this sticking to the rule book of the constitutionality and what the president is capable of doing. And, like, and I just think that, like, like, for instance, and then making moves to support those principles, i.e. ending foreign wars, i.e. and, going after, you know what I mean? Like, dude, motherfucker was arresting fucking people, trafficking people left and right, dude. People wouldn't even know about Jeffrey Epstein had it not been for Trump. You know what I'm saying? So, like, there's a lot of, like, things that people, like, forget in the fucking mix because they want you to forget that this dude has done so much valuable things. Like, or has attempted to, and that these bastards have rolled back. That's the play. But it's also, it doesn't mean that it's just a play. Like, these bastards really want to fuck you up, dude. Like, you know what I mean? And so, like, it's like, that's the necessity of having a decent archetype in the office of president.
Yeah, there's real consequences for whatever the script is calling for.
See, I don't know. I mean, I agree that there's some element of that because I do think that I just think that it belittles the discussion of the matter to strictly label everything as scripted.
I
It could
understand
be.
that.
It could, although I guess I could see where you're saying it's like a wrinkle in the script. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Well,
I get it. I get it.
as
But at the
far
same
as, like,
time, it's a
we talk
lively
about
wrinkle. It's a lively
local
wrinkle.
politics. Yeah, local politics you can make a difference for your voting there, but then you agree maybe not so much for the president, right?
Well,
Like,
no,
there may not be
I think
like,
that's the
it's
whole.
not like they don't
Dude,
come up
that's
to the day before the next 4 years and be like, oh, okay, I guess that's the way it went. Now we got to plan the next 4 years in a rush. They know what the next 4 years are going to be regardless. They
I think,
have
like,
to plan that out ahead of time.
I think, like, for instance, like like, for instance, the United States does not have jurisdiction in the states, right? Other than on federal land and Indian territories and shit that's designated to the federal government. So they don't have jurisdiction in the states. So, like, the point is that they've made people fascinated in the politics of international politics because that's all the president is really there for, is the international face of the country. And so, or the face of the nation, or the states that have come together. And so, like, their only business is international. Our problem, and I think MK Ultra was the moon landing and everything, was to get people out of the mindset of what's in their hometown and think of themselves as citizens of the world and try to affect world politics and be more concerned with world politics that has no value in their everyday life. And then that's where these bastards move into local government and try to fucking take over local government while you're watching what's going on in fucking Ukraine. Some international.
Most local people are just going to go with whatever the national party does anyway.
Oh, no doubt. But I also think, like, they're like, that whole thing of, like, that, like, it's kind of like we were talking about, like, the NASA is kind of like a guy on the side of the road that says for $20 he'll take you camping and you can see Bigfoot. You know what I mean? And, like, you don't have to go with him. Like, he's just on the side of the road offering. Like, you don't have to actually go down and believe everything he's fucking saying.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like,
but you do, though, because it's going to be taught in all the schools. All the schools are going to follow that government program that says the NASA's. I mean,
but that's
here it is. The school actually only validates or serves to reinforce the idea that there is a globe in the first place. You have to believe there is a globe before you believe in Santa Claus. The seed has been planted well before you get to kindergarten, and in kindergarten only reinforces it. And all of the people in authority, all the teachers, everything from then on reinforces that notion and that idea.
See, though, I'm okay with the secular cosmology of the globe, being the state projection of the Earth. To be honest, because I have the opportunity and the right to, like, teach both models. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not limited in my home to teach anything in particular. You know what I mean? Like, whereas in the public format, cosmology is a religious concept. Anyone who thinks it isn't, or think it doesn't have some kind of spiritual or philosophical implications, doesn't get it. It's everything. It's the first kernel of your foundation of the way you see the world in some sense, philosophically. And that's why the globe inevitably leads to materialist, rationalistic, atheist super soldier kind of behavior. Do you know what I mean? Like, because the atheist super soldier is the super soldier of the state. You know what I mean? There's no soul. There's no fucking whatever. Everything is Earth. Everything is like the square and the compass. You know what I mean? But they've forgotten the square. They're just operating off the compass, and they've tried to make the Earth round to fit the stars, to make the body fit the soul, not let the soul be in the body, or let the conundrum exist. Materialist has to answer that question and put the fucking two things together and just lie to himself because he can't handle the paradox. How about that?
That was awesome. Very well put. What'd you say about the compass and square before? Like it's
Yeah, like the square, like the Masons looked at it like the square is for measuring the Earth, and that is man, and it's flat. And then the stars, the sky, you use the compass, which is spherical angles. And so
Well,
you
no, but
have.
the square and compass. Oh, sorry, I thought you were going.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, but they
well, I was
look at
trying to
the.
get back to something else you said before about the infinite plane.
Well, let me just explain that real quick. Though, is like the idea of like the Earth is the man, and then the stars are the soul, and they're trying to like imprint the physical into the spiritual, so that you forget you're a spiritual being living in a body, and you neglect all the great. We're ungrateful to it because we see the world through only their lens. But it is also within our rights to not live exclusively in that lens, and that's the beauty of it.
Yeah.
When you think of this compass and square, with those two tools, you can draw literally every single computation of any geometric or sacred geometry pattern or fractal or all these different things, the golden mean, all these different. You can do anything with sacred geometry with those two tools. That makes sense. So that you can do basically anything.
Yeah, it makes total sense, man. That's cool.
I remember like the best way to do sacred geometry or to learn about it is to just do it. Like when you actually just start like actually forming circles and making lines and connecting dots and different things. I mean, you literally can. I felt like I was like, oh my God. At a certain point, I had an epiphany. Like, I don't know how, but whoever built the pyramids knew this. Like, I just realized that I just figured out how you could theoretically build pyramids with just using this on. Oh my God, it was just like a mind blown type of thing.
Yeah, sacred geometry was a big one for me too. I think when I first discovered it, it was like I was still, thinking that aliens existed from outer space. But it was one of those things that's like, what the fuck? I mean,
every art class I took in college, or every design class I've ever had, I've always made it a point to ask the professor or the instructor if they're familiar with sacred geometry, and not once has sacred geometry been the target. They may have heard of the golden ratio, right? But never have I had an art teacher say that the sacred geometry rings true, and that is unbelievable. That just shows. I mean, we should have been taught that in preschool,
kindergarten, preschool. Yeah, right. Since you can
right?
pick up a fucking pencil, bro. My God, I can't. It pissed me off. The amount
really
I
did.
went to fucking art school. I literally went to art college. I'm
Same
married
here.
to an art major. Her mom is in art. She's in.
Never heard of
Her
it,
mom
right?
is literally in our history books, and no one it pisses me off.
Unbelievable, right?
It's
It's
really
almost
is.
like that's one of the biggest crimes ever.
And it's so simple too. That's what pisses me off too. It's it's not like it's like this really, oh, you gotta take a certain mind to crack this code. No. Can you draw? I mean, can you use these two tools? Literally, it's a straight line in a circle. If you can't do this, I don't know. And you literally have people who say like, oh, I'm not good at art. Fuck.
Yeah, that was a big one. It's such a beautiful thing. I mean, like Isa says, though, if you were ever deceived, what would you have to wake up from? But check out one of my art pieces I'm about to post in the live stream. I call this Viscopisis.
Did you do that on canvas or is that digital? I can't tell.
Oh, it's digital. It's a technique I came up with in Photoshop. It's like what Captain Caveman's caught on to. I use a lot of NASA images actually for my stuff. That's not a NASA image. I'll post one there. You can see this is my. You recognize this one? My icon I use for my new perspective. I actually have a print of that first one in my back seat right now.
That's the type of thing that you want to make into a hologram, eh?
Yeah, that one would be a great hologram. They're all like Rorschach tests. It's like I'm mirroring the images and blending them, and I do like a double mirror. I do the horizontal and the vertical, and then I line the vertical up with the horizontal, and then I blend all the layers. It's like painting with layers and bringing out the colors of what the original has to offer.
There was once upon a time a few years ago they brought out mobile phone with a projector on it. Are they still available? Because like, you know how useful that is, that function. I think they took it away because some dude was playing porn on the back of some bald guy's head on the bus.
Oh, you mean like your phone could be projecting the image?
Yeah, there was a mobile phone a few years ago with a projector on it.
Oh, that's interesting. And they took it away. Oh, that's interesting.
some dude on the bus was like projecting porn onto the back of some old guy's head.
Haha. Jeez.
Yeah,
Well, there's
it's
probably
like,
lots of things you could do with that are a little more devious than that, even. Yeah, think about it.
yeah. There's so many
Project,
fun things you can do with gadgets. So it's like what I
right?
used to do is get my garage door opener, and I'd go around the neighborhood just opening everyone's garage doors, because like 1 out of 20 garage doors are going to open with a a generic garage door opener.
I used to do that. Same thing with remote TV remotes.
Yeah.
I went to my friend's house, and my TV remote would work on his television. Right, so I would go out, and he'd be watching TV, and I'd be in the window changing channels on him. He'd be like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah. I used to live across from the teachers' dormitory in China. And Chinese loved, back 20 years ago, they loved to watch the TV. And I'd just sit there because I had about 40 apartments. They're real small, for teachers. So they had like 100 teachers in this one building, and all the living rooms were facing my apartment. I would just change all of their channels and watch them opening the curtains, trying to find out, fuck.
The hell's going
Yeah.
on? I love pranks like that. That's so good.
Yeah, great entertainment. But your art, yeah. I was thinking there's so many things you could put it on. Like you could put it on badges or like on baseball caps, like on a circle, like a disc. You know how you see some baseball caps and they have like a logo on it. And then ones like that you just posted there, that would be better to be like in the hallway or in the entrance or whatever, like on a canvas. What's the resolution like if you wanted to print it out to like a poster size?
Great. Like I said, I'm at 300 DPI, and they print great. There's a couple different techniques. I just found out there's an even better one. Acrylic is the way to go, and that gives you the best resolution. But dye sublimation is what I've been using so far. It's been pretty good. I'm actually having a bunch of them redone because the settings for their printer are RGB 1980, 98. Anyways, I gotta just upgrade them. They gave me the option to either have them reprinted if I wanted, or get a second print for half off. So that's cool. I'm getting a bunch of them done again for half off, or just a reprint of the whole thing. Like that one I just posted with the alien looking. I call it Jabudalagad. Jabudalagad. That's like all the gods all at once, all at the same time. Ja, Buddha, Allah, God. Jabudalagad. And then I started making GIFs like the one I just posted, because I had so many like final layers that could be the final. I started stacking them and making these GIFs. Or it could be like a screensaver, or this one really, I could even post this one. It shows the process. Like my friend had me do, it's like, could you do one of my son and I for Halloween? Like he was dressed up as Deadpool with his son on Halloween. Oh, that's too big. Some of them won't load. They're too big of files, but let's see if I can get another one that's in the range. So yeah, this one loads. But anyway. They're all Rorschach tests. So I thought it'd be cool to have when I post them on my site. I'm gonna have it. I'd like to have it so that people can type in what they see in like a little text box underneath, and then after you type what you think whatever it is you see, because there's no intention really on my part. It's just whatever comes out of the image. You know, because it's nothing, it could be anything. But it'd be cool if they could type what they see and then scroll up and see what everybody else saw. I love this thing that Captain Caveman posted with the bear. He sees himself. That's hilarious. You seen that? That's great. Yeah, my dog used to do that when he was a little puppy. He'd just freak out at himself in the mirror.
He smashed the mirror. Fucking hell.
Yeah.
I've got a customer. I've got a customer. I've got to go and cook some food. Be back soon.
All right. Take care. Yeah. I gotta drive here in a minute. Who else is here? I've been talking a lot. Somebody else say something. Actually, I had a guy went into a store earlier. It's my favorite antique art store. This guy does all his own paintings and everything, and he starts talking to me about the thing in Congress recently where they were like acknowledging the UAPs and the the inorganic, or the organic non-human material that they supposedly admitted to have found. 95% of the sightings are unreported. He's like, I think they're about to soften us up for a UFO type thing going on, and I'm just like, well, I got a lot to say about that, but you're probably not going to want to hear what I have to say. And then I had to let him have it. He brought it up. I'm like, here's what I think, and this is the reason I think it's going to be an outer pounder invasion. But to get to outer pounders, I had to go flat Earth, and man, if he was open-minded enough to accept that there might be aliens coming and they're going to tell us about aliens, I thought he might be open-minded enough to hear that the most interesting thing to ever happen has been going on for 5 years or 7 years or 10 years or whatever, and most people don't even know about it. So I flat smacked him pretty hard. And I felt bad because he was like, "Okay, all right, that's enough. You know what? Okay, that's enough." I'm like, "It's okay. We're all that way at first. Nobody wants to know at first, but then it is the most interesting, fascinating thing you could ever find out." And I feel bad if I didn't give you the opportunity. So I wrote down, some sites. I gave him this channel, Witsit's channel, 200 proofs. And then he was playing Beatles songs. So I'm like, John Lennon knew. John Lennon was telling us he's no longer on the ball. He appreciated that part of it at least. And then I was showing him the Djokovic, holding up the sign that we live on a level playing field. And some of these more mainstream characters coming out, like Witz is talking about, it's going to happen. That'll help a lot with people adjusting. They need to have some of their heroes talking about it. Oh, that's right. I need to look up that Mike Tyson thing. There was somebody talking about that. Like he was. I know Mike Tyson's defended or said that he doesn't believe we're on a spinning ball any longer. But was the videos he was saying he was trying to debunk flat Earth or something? I don't know what it was. Let's see. It's like it's too late. And the way I told it to this guy, I'm like, this is what I think they're going to do anyway. So I might as well tell you.
Looking for that video, I just found this other video popped up. I'll post it right here. This is actually hilarious. It's almost like it's pro flat Earth, but it's a debunking flat Earth in 45 seconds video. And the picture they show for their screenshot is like the man upside down guy standing on top of a ball, upside down guy underneath, and the right side upside. Like it seems like it's a pro flat Earth doing a bad job of debunking flat Earth on purpose almost. But it's so funny. Yeah, here's the screenshot they use for this. It's like people have to be upside down for the moon to look like it does. But that's like a meme that we would post to show how ridiculous the ball Earth idea is. We got a lot of people in here. Nobody else has anything to say? Come on. Kosho, what's up? We got Gio, what's up? You here? I'm blaming Carlos. I'm just kidding.
Is it just dead, or can I not get signal?
Yeah, it's just dead, man. I hear you.
I'll start some conversation. So Matthew was asking earlier about like, why the moon doesn't change sizes. I was just curious what the flat earther answer to that normally is. If anyone has any input.
Oh, as to why it doesn't change size.
Yeah, at least like not enough, not as much as you would expect if it's a local moon.
Well, what
Yeah.
was spoken about was the as the grid of vision, the personal dome of vision, and if it's like on your limit of your perception, then it won't shrink in angular size as much. I don't know about that though, to be honest. Like, but I did get Matthew to concede that if the moon was close, it's not exclusive to a globe. It's exclusive to distance, right? And that's yet to be verified. So it's pretty much a nothing question because we don't know the distance or the size. So
I
we
like
have to
that, but
assume
like,
that.
do you have any ideas from a flat Earth perspective why it's not changing as much? As we would.
Yeah, I mean, like some of the guys said, that the sun could actually be outside the dome. I don't know. There's many different ways to think about it, but it would all just be theory anyway. So it's like, I don't know. I don't really want to shoot the shit on that, if you know what I mean. I think we
Speculation's the
need
fun
more
part.
information before we start, you know. Otherwise, we fall into the trap that the Globers do, you know.
Yeah, but sometimes speculation can help you know what information you need to acquire, if that makes sense.
Sure. Yeah, I definitely get there is a time for theorizing. But... And then there's obviously ideas that it's plasma. I don't know. There's many reasons for it to do what it does.
Yeah, but even if it's plasma, I don't see how like it wouldn't change in size. And I don't really buy the whole like local or like like the local circle around us changing and that I don't know, that just doesn't really connect with me. I don't know.
Yeah.
Definitely, I think it's a great question, and I think people are a little too harsh. I didn't get to hear the whole conversation. I had to leave, so I just pretty much downloaded the picture he was referencing. I thought it was a good question. Definitely something worth thinking about. I don't know.
Yeah. 250,000 miles doesn't sit well with me either, so it just doesn't jive.
I'm right there with you, man, but it's still a question we need to figure out because, like, I mean, I can't think of any sort of optical situation where something like the moon could move a significant distance and not change size. I can't think of any sort of like examples of that.
Have you guys heard of spring tides?
No, please elaborate, please.
Like the tide is like what causes the tide is the moon, or they say, right? The moon's gravity. But in a spring tide is when the moon and the sun align, and it causes more, I guess, gravity at that point. So it's the highest point of the tide when they essentially stack on top of each other. Just learned about that the other day.
Wait, would you repeat that? And also, like, what's the context? Is this tangential towards the sides of the moon changing? Will you just rephrase it or repeat it?
Well, I guess it's not. It's nothing. It has nothing to do with the size of the moon, but this has to do with the moon, but not the size of the moon, I guess.
All right. What were we saying again? Sorry, I just zoned out a little bit.
It's just where the moon and the sun align, and it causes an increased size in the tide that's abnormal from the regular tide, because the moon and the sun are stacking together, causing supposedly more gravity. It's called a spring tide.
I've not heard of that. That's an interesting point. Are you a globe earther?
I'm not sure.
Okay, fair. Yeah, no, I was just curious what your perspective was when bringing that up. No, that's interesting. But that should be something that's like verifiable. So, definitely a great question, just like the moon changing sizes would be. All right, so Peridolia, what are your beliefs? Where do you stand on the matter?
I'm not really sure.
Do you think air pressure can be contained without a container?
Um, it cannot be contained without a container. No. But I think there's some misconception on what a container is, if that makes sense.
So you think gravity would be a fair answer as a container?
I don't think gravity would be. I think that a surface would be a container, because the air pressure would be caused by pressing against a surface or a container wall, essentially. So like anything that could act as something that would prevent the passage of gas would act as a container. So like, like a steel plate or like the ground essentially, or water.
Yeah, but what about what's the upper surface that's containing things? Or do you not think there needs to be all sides contained?
I don't think there needs to be all sides contained. I think we can definitely we can artificially increase and decrease pressure via a sealed container here on Earth. But as far as the atmosphere's gases are concerned, I would say that the container, as we see the increased pressure is down here at the ground, I would say that I don't think that it would require, an upper container, as it were.
All right, so at the very upmost layer of our atmosphere, with the lightest air and the least dense air, what do you think is not? What do you think is keeping it at Earth? Oh, I guess actually, disregard that question. Do you think that the gravity that would supposedly be keeping it at Earth would be a stronger force than? First of all, the spinning ball of air through space. Like, why do you think it's not getting absorbed so quickly and over such a long period of time? How do you think it's maintained itself?
Like, why did the gas like stay here and not like fling off, I guess?
Yeah, exactly.
I think that now I get these two confused, the centrifugal or the centripetal force. I think that is counteracted by the supposed gravity.
Yeah, but it wouldn't just be the centrifugal force. It would be the centrifugal force along with just like the desire for air pressure to equalize. I'm scared to call it a force because people might yell at me for it, but it would be those two being counteracted by gravity as well, right?
Well, I mean, can you help me understand what you mean by its desire to equalize?
Yeah. Do you think like a high pressure air system that is in contact with a low pressure air system? Do you think that high pressure air is going to equalize with the low pressure air system?
When I think about it, I think that there would be probably like a gradient to it. I think that it'd be constantly mixed, but that the the higher pressure is just gonna just do what it does, be a higher pressure, I guess. I don't know.
All right, so let's continue with the gradient. So at the very top of that gradient, we would have the lightest matter, right? And it's also the furthest away from the gravitational pull of Earth. So that means there's, in my understanding of it, it should have the least gravitational forces acting on it, as opposed to all the other areas in our atmosphere. And I feel like
I heard that
continue.
gravity. I heard that gravity is stronger at distance.
That just sounds retarded. I mean, like, think of how many things that would break. Like, why are we not being strongly? I just don't think that would make sense with orbits existing. That's just completely counterlogical.
For sure. I think I was looking at a graph of the force of, or the graph of the strengths of different forces like gravity or electrostatic. and it there's like a convergence point on the graph where a number of the different forces met, and gravity was like way off in the distance. I think electrostatic is really strong at a low distance, but
Isn't it isn't it interesting how they're going to pull the ISS down like 2030, and they say it's going to burn up in the Earth's atmosphere? Why doesn't it burn up on the Earth's atmosphere on its way up though? Because it's got to get
that's
up
a good
there,
question. Yeah. Huh.
right?
Never
And they
thought of
say it's
that.
going to burn up into fucking a big fireball on the way down. What the fuck?
Yeah.
And it
Didn't
can
they
only
currently
fall at
building?
9.8 meters per second squared, right? So it can't really go faster than that unless something pushes it.
I wonder, did it go up at the same speeds that it came down at?
Yeah, well, they say it's going 17,000 miles an hour. So if it keeps that speed and then not with its tangential velocity on its way down, all it's going to do is be going faster. I don't know why they say it's going to burn up, because there's essentially limited atmosphere up there for it to, cause so much friction. Where's the heat measured? Never seen anyone measure the heat up there.
I mean, like, you're saying, like, why didn't it burn up on its way up? Was it traveling at the same speed as it would be descending as it did going up?
You'd think it would be going way slower, yeah, on its way up, right? Because they say it's going 17,000 miles. But I've seen those rocket launches and the dial on their speedometer, and it goes up to like crazy speed, 25,000 miles an hour, and then it slows down to 17,000 when it's in its orbit. But it didn't burn up on the way up there, going 25,000. Something doesn't make sense there, I think.
I wonder if as the speed gathers and as the air gets denser, it will become more difficult to pass through higher density of air. Like if you're going 100 miles an hour in a vacuum, you'll have no resistance. But let's say you go down to sea level on a humid day, you're probably it's gonna get like much heavier or something. I don't know.
On a humid day, the only thing I think it would cool down. It wouldn't heat up.
As it passes through
Yeah, if
increased
you could go
density.
25. Yeah, if you could go 25,000 miles an hour in a humid atmosphere, if you could go that fast, it would just turn into a giant ice cube.
But doesn't friction generate heat?
Well, I don't know, but like, the radiator on your car, the faster you go, the more efficient it works, and that cools your water down, which is flowing through your engine. And the faster I turn up my fan in my living room, the cooler the air gets. It doesn't get hotter because the fan's going on high speed.
Well, I think the air stays the same temperature. It's just that it passes by and allows more transpiration to take place at the skin level.
You don't think that by turning on your living room fan, that the air actually does get colder measurably?
No. Mm-mm.
Okay, that'd be a good one to test, because I'd say it does get colder.
Now, if you put an evaporative cooler in there, I would say that would get colder.
Carlos, to answer your question
Hello.
about the ISS, it didn't go up there put together.
Yeah, but the
Official.
rocket was put together. Like, yeah, we understand that, but you know, it's
Yeah, the
still
rocket goes
still
up
a
there.
physical. Yeah.
Yeah, it's got shielding. They open the shielding and they let the pieces out.
Yeah. So can you tell us why it's going to burn up in the atmosphere and it didn't? None of the parts of the rockets burnt up on the way up there.
I feel like you didn't hear what I just said. The rocket has shielding.
You're cutting in and out a little bit, Kosho.
Sorry.
The rocket has shielding, so paint. What type of shielding do you think Elon Musk's rocket has? What type of shielding is that? Is it lead paint?
They use plates around it, heat shielded plates. Okay. And it's the hottest, it's the fastest when it re enters the atmosphere. It doesn't go through the atmosphere as fast as it leaves the atmosphere. It goes to the atmosphere, it's still gaining speed. It doesn't reach the enormous speeds until it leaves the atmosphere.
So when they do a rocket launch, do the you know when they drop off the spent fuel canisters from the rocket, do they burn up on the way back down or do they just land in the ocean somewhere?
Oh, okay, check this out. The Falcon Heavy, let's say, by the time it drops off, by the time it drops off those boosters, it's going like maybe 2,000 miles per hour. Okay, barely through the atmosphere. It's just like leaving the atmosphere as it does that.
And they're covered in ice, right? Pretty much covered in ice.
I don't know. That doesn't matter because there's not going to be ice on it when it's falling through the atmosphere. But anyways, yeah, so it's not going as fast as you think. But whereas the Apollo missions, the fastest that anybody has ever gone ever was on the return trip of the Apollo missions, 25,000 miles per hour entering the atmosphere. So they were not leaving the atmosphere going that fast. They didn't gain those kind of speeds until they were far above the atmosphere.
Because all the rockets I've ever seen, all the footage, the actual like real footage is they're just covered in like a dry ice effect and chunks of ice fall off and some people thought it was a mouse, but it's just cold as far as I can see. I haven't seen any evidence for it, you know, burning up or catching on fire. In fact, just the opposite.
That was condensation. From the rockets.
Right. Icy cold condensation.
Yeah, right. But that's because it was expending the fuel. So that ice was gathering on the outside of the rocket. But that was after it was outside the atmosphere in that footage. It's not related. Yeah, just know this: the speeds that you're talking about, the ISS is going, it didn't achieve the speed inside the atmosphere. If it was going those speeds inside the atmosphere, it would burn up. The rocket, though, it's made the shielding that it has on it is for reentry. They don't expect it to go those speeds when they're leaving the atmosphere.
What are the elements up there that are causing it to burn up rather than cooling down?
So it's friction. It's just
Friction against what? Because you can have friction that can make cold as well, yeah?
You can.
Yeah, so are you saying it's like argon or neon or which is the gas?
It's the air. It's any of the air molecules. Friction doesn't cool things down. It only ever
Wind
heats.
chill. Ever heard of wind chill?
Wind chill. What about it?
You not ever heard of it?
Yeah, but that's not due to friction.
Of course
I
it is.
just don't see the rubbing against some gases up there is going to make it burn up. In fact, it should just cool down. Where's the evidence for friction causing something to burn up in the high atmosphere, which is almost like non-existent?
Tell you what. Why don't you give me any reason at all, that friction should cool something down? When friction
Right.
causes heat, friction
Right.
only causes heat. That's what it does. There's
Put
no. I
put
don't
water on
understand.
your face. Get in your car. Start driving and put your head out the window. Tell me if you feel warm.
You won't, will you? You'll feel chilly and
It doesn't
cold.
matter. It doesn't matter what you feel. It doesn't. I don't
So
understand.
the wind
If you
isn't
have friction,
applying friction to your face and causing it to be cold.
that's not. It's obviously not friction causing that. That's because you have water on your face. It's called wind chill because
Because
it's something that you'll feel, but that doesn't mean friction is going to cause coldness. That doesn't even make any
well,
sense.
in the Volkswagen combi vans a long time ago, they used to have, right before air conditioning was invented, they used to have this tube, and it had water in it, and it went out the window. It was like a barrel, and it sort of attached to the outside of the van. And the faster you go, the more efficient this water cooling air conditioning primitive system would work, and that was all due to the friction of the air moving through this tube with water in it, and it would cool the water down icy cold and keep the car cold.
All right, what do y'all say? It may create heat, but it creates more entropy, if that makes sense. It like increases the pace at which the heat dissipates. Would that be a fair statement?
Don't aeroplanes like have to have like certain grade metal because when they're flying so fast up in the higher atmosphere that it's so cold that they don't want ice to form on the actual planes. So
Okay, that's not friction either. If you're high up in the atmosphere and it's
and
cold,
you're going 500 mile
that's
an
because it's
hour.
high up and you're cold.
Yeah, you're going 500 mile an hour. That's quite a lot of friction.
Coach, do you follow what I'm saying? Like,
Here, go for it.
just like it's getting colder because like the air moving around is just increase entropy in a way. That's why there's not as much heat, even though the movement of of air would create heat. If that makes sense. No, no comprende.
You're saying tornadoes and hurricanes are warm.
Aren't hurricanes actually warm though? Like the actual temperature.
What do you say that? So I'm talking to my girlfriend at the same time. I only got a couple seconds.
Oh no, every hurricane I've been in has been during warm weather. I don't know if it's warmer than the normal weather around it. I'm literally just asking if anyone knows off the top of their head. It's
Okay, okay. So
Was it?
a hurricane forms because there's two temperatures. There's warm air and cold pressure and low pressure. Okay, so it takes the warm air. Basically the high pressure is seeking the low pressure, right? So what happens is you have the high pressure. Where's the high pressure? Oh, it's coming from the outside. No, wait, what is it? Hold on. Yeah, that's right. The high pressure being the
Heat.
being the heat. Sorry, I'm trying to think and be with my girlfriend at the same time. Yeah, so it needs the heat in order to go towards the low pressure, which is at the center, which is why it spins around like that. So it needs the heat to fuel it. That's true, but it takes both temperatures in order for that to occur. Uh, and what you said about the entropy makes sense in the case of the rocket in space with the when it's leaving the tank and the ice forms on the outside of the tank. Kind of like if you're spraying air, canned air, that cools the can out because the gas is leaving the can and it's turning into it's changing pressure so fast that so basically it's absorbing heat, and in order to do that, it has to it just makes it colder. So that's true in that sense, but we're just talking about friction. Friction, if the friction is the mode of the force you're describing, it's always going to cause heat. It's just what happens. It's just what friction is. I don't know what else to say about it.
I agree that fiction always causes heat, as far as I know, but like that heat's being overwhelmed by how quickly it's moving, essentially.
Hmm. Let me think about that for a second. I'll change my clothes. Hold on.
You got anything, Kosha?
Good night.